Good morning and welcome to everyone attending NIPS's 13th Annual Health and Safety Conference, which is taking place today during the European Week of Safety and Health at Work. For those that don't know me, my name is John McKeegan. I am currently on a facility release arrangement to NIPSA, and today I've been given the opportunity as Vice Chairperson of the NIPSA Health and Safety Committee to chair this year's Health and Safety Conference. This has come about as a consequence of the current chairperson, Margaret Loughran, having long COVID and suffering from the debilitating effects of contracting COVID-19. I hope Margaret continues to improve, and I wish her and all our other members suffering from this dreadful, incapacitating illness a speedy recovery. And during the course of today's activities, one of our members living with long COVID will share with us her personal experience of contracting COVID. We have a very interesting programme, and to help us deliver it, I am pleased to announce that we have with us today an esteemed panel of speakers. Keynote speakers and panelists who bring with them a wealth of knowledge on the issues we are reviewing today. So if you could please extend a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker panelists. Louis Burns, Health and Safety Executive of Northern Ireland, Deputy Chief Executive. Una Wilson, Equality Commission for Northern Ireland. Alec Bunton, Inspire. Janet Newsom, Manchester Hazards. Paul McFlynn, Nevin Economic Research Institute. Siobhan Harding, Women's Support Network. Lauren Houston, Action Mental Health. Matt Cole, Information Officer at Vice NI. Maria Morgan, Deputy General Secretary Acting, and Dara Toner, NIPSA President. In addition to welcoming the panelists, I welcome Sharon Hughes and another member who wishes to keep their anonymity. Both have kindly agreed to share their own personal stories of long COVID. I am also pleased to announce that the Chief Scientific Officer, Professor Ian Young, will be joining us around 10:20. Professor Young is content to take questions following his presentation. The Health and Safety Committee have chosen 2 panel debates as part of our contribution to engaging with the European Week for Safety and Health in our workplaces. Firstly, working safely with COVID and supporting our members. And second panel, the cost of living crisis and the impact on members' health and well-being. There are safety challenges for our members working in the public settings. For members returning to the workplace, for those with a hybrid mix of office work and home working, their concerns intermixed with the uncertainty of the cost of living increases and the economic future. Although these things might leave us feeling helpless, in reality, there are a lot of things we have the power over in our lives at work. Carry out risk assessments, reduce and eliminate risk, support each other, and take care of yourself both mentally and physically. Get involved in pay campaigns, organise and support any action taken to improve pay. For many of us, the COVID-19 pandemic has been particularly harmful and stressful. Its unpredictability, harmful symptoms, which range from mild to moderate to severe, and sadly, for many, fatal. In response, governments imposed a change of lifestyle habits calculated to protect populations worldwide. However, following government lockdowns and imposed safety measures designed to prevent the spread of COVID-19, these rules are no longer mandatory. Restrictions have now eased, and there is no longer a requirement to test and trace, and a general acceptance by the public that we have learned to live with COVID. As I said earlier, we have the power to protect ourselves within the workplace, and to assist us do that, the Health and Safety Committee has produced a Health and Safety Essential Toolkit. And over the past year, a section on COVID and ventilation has been added. Please take some time to read over and use all of your knowledge as health and safety representatives to invest in safer workplaces. Remember to review your workplace risk assessments regularly. In anticipation following today's conference, I hope you will have benefit from your attendance today. On behalf of Margaret, Geraldine, and the outgoing Health and Safety Committee, I extend our thanks to all our health and safety reps, particularly those who have gone the extra mile in ensuring our members are kept safe and well throughout this pandemic. Thank you for that. come now to the appointment of the scrutineer on the election of the Health and Safety Committee. In accordance with Conference Resolution number 51, adopted at the 2011 NIPSA conference, we will be conducting an election for the Health and Safety Committee at the conference. I am therefore seeking conference endorsement of the appointment of Geraldine Alexander to act as scrutineer for the conduct of the election. I would now like to call on Geraldine Alexander to outline the process for the election.
Chairperson, delegates, Geraldine Alexander, scrutineer, to make an announcement in relation to the election for the Health and Safety Committee. Delegates, can I refer you to the information sent prior to the conference with details of the candidates nominated for election to the Health and Safety Committee? You will note that there will be 2 elections today, one for the remaining 6 civil service group seats on the committee, and the other for the remaining 5 public officer group seats on the committee. You will also note we received 16 nominations for the 8 seats from the civil service group. 2 of the 16 candidates have been automatically declared elected, and they are John McKeever. John has been elected by virtue of the minimum of 1 seat allocated to Agricultural Inspectorate, and Paul Pseudo-Kelly has also been elected by virtue of a minimum of 1 seat allocated to the scientific and comparable grades. And this leaves us with a ballot for the 6 remaining seats to be filled. Delegates, we also received 9 nominations for the 8 seats from the public officers group. 3 of the 9 have been automatically declared elected, and they are Lynn Calder, and Lynn has been elected by virtue of the minimum of 1 seat allocated to the voluntary and community sector. Roger Clifford has been elected by virtue of the minimum of 1 seat allocated to the education sector. And John McKeegan has been elected by virtue of the minimum of 1 seat allocated to libraries. This leaves us with a ballot for the 5 remaining seats to be filled. Delegates, can I first turn your attention to the ballot for the remaining 6 seats from the civil service group? In this election, you will be entitled to vote for up to 6 candidates. Please make sure you select yes for the candidates for whom you wish to cast your vote. Select no in the box against the candidates you do not wish to vote for. And it's important you enter either yes or no in the box for each candidate. To ensure the ballot is submitted, you must verify your selection and then press the submit button. And if you vote yes for more than 6 candidates or the ballot is not submitted, then the ballot will be invalidated. Turning delegates your attention to the ballot for the remaining 5 seats from the public officers group. In this election, you will be entitled to vote for up to 5 candidates. And again, please make sure you select yes for the candidates for whom you wish to cast your vote. Select no in the box against the candidates you do not wish to vote for. And again, it's important you enter either yes or no in the box for each candidate. To ensure the ballot is submitted, you must verify your selection and then press the submit button. And if you vote yes for more than 5 candidates or the ballot is not submitted, the ballot will be invalidated. Delegates, both ballots will be open at 10:30 a.m. and we will close the ballot at 12:30 p.m. And to vote, delegates must use the election body link sent to you along with your unique key and password in order to be able to effectively vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Geraldine, sorry, can I just say something there? There was 2 test votes issued this morning and both of them had different passwords and different pass keys to them. So which one did the candidate choose?
They were different.
Yep.
I thought there would
they
have
were
been.
different.
I thought there would have been just one in order to access, just one unique
With the test
password,
one
and
and test two, the password and pass key for both of them were different.
I'll seek clarification from NIFEC and come back and advise conference accordingly before the ballot opens. Margaret,
Thank you, Chair.
no problem.
Thank you, Margaret, for identifying that issue. If it's a problem, hopefully NIVAC will have it resolved very quickly. So if I could call now on Maria Morgan to give her opening address. Maria is as you know, the acting Deputy General Secretary, and I welcome you to make your presentation on behalf of the outgoing committee. Thanks very much, Maria.
Thank you, John. Conference sisters and brothers, I would like to thank the Health and Safety Committee for giving me the opportunity to make some opening remarks at the start of your conference today. Having looked at the conference programme, the keynote speakers and the panellists are of the best in their field, and we will benefit from their expertise. The topics that will be covered are key issues for this union and our members in relation to their health and safety. The work that our health and safety reps undertake is very important and is a statutory function. And you carry out that role to ensure our members are safe in work. It is a critical role, and NIPSA reps, in my view, are the best you can get. It is well known that trade unions and our allies have made a huge difference for workers and workplace safety, and some of those allies are here today at the conference. Accidents in work have reduced because of your stewardship and hard work. Legal precedents are used to take up issues, and various legal directives and legal orders are skillfully argued to eliminate risks. Thank you for your commitment, which is continued, and your challenge to employers on the numerous issues that our health and safety reps face every day. In terms of the COVID context, and at this stage in the COVID environment, we are still dealing with ensuring that everyone is working safely, and that health and safety legislation, and not just minimum requirements, is at the centre and at the heart of everything we do. And we must ensure that that's adhered to. Whilst the PHA guidance changed on the 5th of October, we are now and continue to support our members with long COVID, which is a very debilitating condition. And whilst there may not be too much known about it at this stage, there is no doubt that our members with this condition and their families are finding it very difficult, and we continue to press those cases on a case-by-case basis with the employers. There is no doubt that the mental health and well-being of workers has suffered during the pandemic, and that means that your role as reps in the workplace is needed more than ever. The support and signposting that you provide is invaluable, and previously as a rep in the department and the trade union secretary in the Department for Communities, I've seen the work that health and safety reps undertake and the positive outcomes that are delivered for all, including the employers. Most recently, the latest crisis we are in means that workers and their families are forced to carry the burden of the cost of living crisis. And again, that can manifest itself in very poor mental health and mental health illness. And as a union, I am proud that NIPSA are tackling employers and ministers to deliver fair and decent pay deals for our members across the various sectors. That will help alleviate the pressures for workers and put money in the pockets of those that need it most. Because we know that the money is there, but it is the choice of this Tory government to divert money from those that need it and put it into the hands of the rich. And we will tackle and challenge that. We know the money is there. It is the political will that is absent, but we as a union will ensure that our members' voices are heard, and the worry of debt and getting into debt just to pay household bills is removed. So we continue across our sectors to engage with the employers and negotiate for inflationary and fair and decent pay. Over the years, our members have been under sustained attack as part of the government's drive to cut pay, jobs, public services, and funding in the voluntary and community sector. Particularly at this time, with the latest political circus, we could see an attempt to argue that there is no money for recruitment, which will compound the significant vacancies that currently exist across the civil and public sector. And our members in health are launching their ballot on the 27th of October, which is to deal with pay, mileage, and safe staffing. And the staffing crisis in the health service will be compounded again with the nurses, social workers, and all of the other professionals, admin and clerical staff that are leaving the health service because of the stress. So our members in health are opening their ballot on the 27th of October, and we wish them all the success, because they're not just fighting for themselves, they're fighting for the health service, which we all use. And I wish them every success in that ballot. The impact on staff trying to keep services running and the stress of doing more than one job will cause further stress and anxiety and will be a major health, safety and well-being issue. We know that previous surveys have identified that the number one case or cause of stress is increase in workload. The increase in stress-related cases in recent years has coincided with cuts in public services. So it's important that we report issues so that support is put in place for our members to protect well-being. Employers have a duty of care that we must ensure is enacted. We must remain vigilant to any assault by the government on health and safety regulations. Comrades, the work of the Health and Safety Committee and the work that they do for all of us in the year is a credit to the committee, the outgoing committee and Geraldine. You are the vanguard leading the way to protect members, and you, as our reps, are doing a brilliant job. And you will come away from this conference today with even more knowledge from the experts and the debate that you will have among yourselves. So keep up the great work that you do. You are an invaluable resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. The schedule is set out with it's timed, or as close to the time as we can manage, and we have Professor Ian Young, one of our keynote speakers. He's the Chief Scientific Advisor to the Department of Health and Director of Research and Development for Health and Social Care. And on behalf of all our delegates and the Health and Safety Committee, I welcome you, Professor Young, and invite you to address our conference.
So thank you very much for your kind welcome, and it's a privilege for me to be here this morning and to have the opportunity to speak to you, and also to thank you for all of the contribution which you have made working with us over the last very difficult 2 years as we've dealt with the COVID pandemic. What I want to do this morning is to reflect a little bit on our experience over that time, to look at where we are now, and to consider more broadly the risk which infection or future outbreaks, perhaps pandemics, might pose and how we can best prepare for those. Next slide, please. I just want to check, first of all, that you can all see my slides on the screen. If somebody can indicate that to me, because I know I'm not seeing them directly here.
Yes, your slides coming up on the screen.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, so for some reason I have a different view, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. We can all think back to the beginning of 2020, the end of 2019, whenever we just began to hear about COVID, which originated, of course, in China. and subsequently came into Europe at around the beginning of 2019, initially in Italy and subsequently making its way to the UK. The initial timeline is something that we probably all remember, and things progressed extremely rapidly during those initial few months. Next slide, please. The world, of course, is a much more connected and changed place compared with what it used to be. And if we were to go back several hundred years to the Black Death or the outbreaks of disease during the Roman Empire, often it took 2 to 3 years for an infectious disease to spread across the globe. With our connected world, the rapidity of international travel, COVID spread in a matter of weeks and soon became, using the WHO definition, a pandemic, affecting not only us in very serious ways, but every country in the world. Next slide, please. My job is Chief Scientific Advisor to the Department of Health. That's a role I've been in since around 2015. And I'm sure most of you had never heard of me before the COVID pandemic. It's a part-time job, so I have a day job as well, although during the outbreak, I became more or less full-time in the Department of Health in terms of helping to inform the response to the virus. What does a Chief Scientific Advisor do? Well, during COVID, my job was to provide scientific advice on all aspects of the pandemic. I represented Northern Ireland on the UK's Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, or SAGE, something else that people became very used to. And I chaired some internal Department of Health groups, providing both modelling and scientific advice. Next slide, please. It's important, I think, to say at this point, and sometimes it was misunderstood, that the role of myself and colleagues with whom I work was to provide advice. Scientists advise, but decisions about how to respond are a matter for politicians, and in this case, ministers. Sometimes people talked in the media about how they were being led by the science. I was always clear that that was not the role of science. What should be happening is that policy decisions would be informed by the science, and my job was to provide that scientific input. In many ways, preventing COVID was the easy part of decision making. It was clear early on that if we introduced very stringent measures, as I'll show you, that we could prevent the transmission of the virus. What made decision making difficult was not the science of COVID, but the other factors which rightly had to be considered: the impact on the economy, the impact on family life, the impact on society and individual and personal freedoms. And it was those factors that made decision making by politicians, I think, very difficult and challenging. Next slide, please. COVID was a completely new virus, and very early on, there was a huge amount of research to understand its nature and how it spread. And what became clear is that it was spread predominantly through aerosols in the air and through close contacts between people, and that there could also be some spread through shared contacts with hard surfaces. And hence the measures we introduced to prevent spread were based on our understanding of the characteristics of the virus: keeping people apart, which was social distancing, reducing the number of contacts between people at close proximity, ensuring that contacts when they occurred were as short as possible, good ventilation, and the use of face coverings rapidly became default measures. And in addition, surface cleaning, frequent hand washing were designed to reduce that spread by contact. Next slide, please. At the beginning of the epidemic, we didn't have good tests for COVID, and we didn't have vaccination. And vaccination has become the key to allowing us to relax restrictions as time has gone on. In the absence of those, very early on, there was really no choice in order to prevent our hospitals from becoming overwhelmed, but to use the other measures that I've described. And you can see from this slide that they were extremely effective. This graph shows the R number about which we talked a lot early in the epidemic. And essentially, once R was less than 1, then we could prevent the spread of the virus. When R was above 1, then the epidemic continued to increase. And this shows the impact of the early lockdown, which ministers decided to introduce, informed by the science. As you can see, R was initially around 2.5, a rapidly expanding epidemic, and we successfully reduced it to less than 1 in a matter of about 4 weeks or so, and hence protected our hospitals from becoming overwhelmed, giving us time to develop other measures to reduce the spread of the virus, particularly vaccination. Next slide, please. So how are things now? Well, we're more than 2 years on, 2.5 years on in the epidemic. And this graph shows the number of inpatients in hospital with COVID. And you see at the left, right at the beginning, we got to around 300. But the trajectory was very strongly upwards. And if we hadn't introduced those initial measures, then that rise would have continued, and we anticipated that the hospital system would have become overwhelmed. Since then, it's been an attempt by decision makers to balance the factors that I described earlier, the risk of the virus along with the impact on the economy, family life, and society. And restrictions have been stronger, less strong at different periods of time. The worst time in terms of hospitals, as you will all remember, was really early in 2021 when hospital numbers peaked. And since then, really for the last year, we've had a constant number of somewhere typically between 150 and 400 patients in hospital with COVID. We're currently sitting around 250. So COVID remains very much with us and continues to place significant pressures on work in our hospitals, and will do for the foreseeable future. Next slide, please. So what has changed? COVID remains very much a threat, not just in terms of numbers of patients in hospital, numbers of patients in the community with the virus, which is currently around 1 in 40 of our population have the virus, but also we're very acutely aware of the long-term effects for people who get the virus. Fortunately, not a high proportion, but a significant number have long-term consequences of COVID infection. It is not a trivial illness, and you'll hear much more about personal experience with that later this morning. What has changed is that while numbers of patients in hospital remain relatively high, very few of them are severely ill as a direct result of COVID. So we now have only very small numbers of individuals who need to go to critical care, whereas early in the epidemic, the numbers were much, much higher. That's as a result of increasing population immunity due to vaccination and people who have had previous COVID. Both of those things, while they don't protect us from becoming infected very well, they do protect us against severe illness. We know that that immunity wanes and declines, and hence booster vaccination remains extremely important. And as you all know, we're pushing that very hard at the moment. And it's important in protecting both against long COVID, which it does, and also against severe illness. And it's that change, the fact that many fewer people are severely ill, which has allowed us to return to a fully functioning society while recognizing that COVID remains present and still poses a significant challenge. Next slide, please. So now we're in a position where we're moving from a pandemic, we're still officially in a pandemic, which the World Health Organization described, towards a situation where COVID is endemic, where it's a background infection. It's with us all the time. People will catch it every year, and a number of those people will become severely ill, a little bit like influenza, except COVID has not become seasonal as yet. It's not just present in the winter, although it's likely to be worse in the winter, but it's present all year round. And we continue to need to focus on vaccination, on good ventilation where possible, although in the current economic crisis with the cost of heating, that will be difficult this winter. The use of face coverings in appropriate settings, particularly where the most vulnerable exist, and the change in working patterns so that blended working has become much more common. Next slide, please. What will COVID bring us in the future? Well, it's most likely that we will have recurrent outbreaks, and that's the situation we're in now. And the interval and height of coming waves will depend on multiple factors. It's likely things will remain around the current level or get a little better unless the virus changes significantly. And that's something that we continue to monitor very closely. Next slide, please. And indeed, the virus is changing and does change all the time. Don't worry too much about all the numbers and letters on the right-hand side. The colored bars, they'll reflect different forms of the virus. And as you can see, the orange on the left was BA.2, which dominated from April through to June, July. Since then, we've had mostly a form of the virus called BA.5, and we're now beginning to see the emergence of different forms of the virus, which we're looking at very closely, particularly one called BQ and one called BA.2.75, both of which may lead to future outbreaks depending how rapidly they grow. Next slide, please. Of course, COVID's not the only infection in town. And the truth is that in the world that we now live, there are likely to be increased risks of future outbreaks of different types of infection. The next pandemic that we experience may well be with a virus whose name we don't know now, even as we didn't really know much about COVID 2-3 years ago. Most recently, there's been a lot of interest in the monkeypox virus, and people were very concerned about it, although risks have now largely settled down. And the reason that monkeypox posed less of a direct threat overall was down to the science of the virus. COVID was a virus spread in the air predominantly, and hence spread more easily. Monkeypox, while it can spread in the air, mostly spreads by close physical contact, and hence tends to spread more slowly. With COVID, we were dealing with a completely new virus and knew nothing about it. We had no tests, no vaccines, and hence our ability to respond was relatively slower. Monkeypox is a known virus, albeit an uncommon one. We had reasonable understanding of the risks associated with it, and we had some tests for it and vaccines available at the start of the outbreak, albeit not as much vaccine as we would have liked. And in the case of COVID, because it's aerosol spread, then it was very rapid. Everyone was at risk. In the case of monkeypox, mainly with contact spread, it was focused more to specific communities, and hence through targeted education, advice, and and vaccination in those communities, it was possible to slow the spread considerably. So the nature of our response depends on the nature of a virus. COVID has been a bad experience, but in some ways we were fortunate with COVID. Another virus, particularly one by aerosol spread with a higher mortality associated with it, would be much more difficult to deal with, and would have more severe consequences even than COVID. Next slide, please. I started off by thanking you all for working with us over the last 2 years, and I want to finish on the same theme, because responding to an outbreak, a pandemic like COVID, is not just a matter for scientists, for health and social care staff, for politicians. It's a matter for everybody. During COVID, we've had a huge job to do in terms of communication, education, encouraging behaviour change, and ensuring that that change could be maintained. Combating misinformation in the world of Twitter, etc., is also hugely challenging. And what we've learned is that people don't respond particularly well to advice and words from people like myself or politicians. What's most effective in terms of changing behaviours is when people see those close to them, who they respect and admire, acting and behaving in particular ways. And the way we can most effectively combat COVID or other infections relies on all of us, particularly people like yourselves and your colleagues, setting a good example and communicating messages consistently in order to help all of society respond in a positive way. So many thanks for all that you have done and the help that you have given us, and I know will continue to give us as we move forwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Young, for your presentation. There's been a little technical hitch in terms of being able to view your slides. Apparently, the next speaker is going to try and use the screen share facility. I know we've been informed earlier in the morning part that facility wasn't available, so we're going to try that for the next speaker. Now, I know you have a very busy schedule, and we're very grateful that you've came today and made your presentation, and you're willing to stay on and answer any questions that may come up in the chat. So if any of the attendees has any questions for Professor Young, please send them through now or raise your hand before I would invite the next speaker. Now, there might be a slight delay as we move from delegate to the panelist. So I'll give it a few seconds to see if we have anyone there with any queries. Okay, your presentation has been excellent. As obviously it has covered anything that our members may have been considering, and their queries may have been answered. So thank you very much, Professor Young, and thank you for taking the time out and attending our conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to invite Louis Byrne now. He's the Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland's Deputy Chief Executive to give his presentation. And I have a little biography here to read out to introduce Mr. Burns. So I'll go ahead with that. Have you been given any instruction around screen sharing, Louis, before start?
No, John, but if you go ahead, I'll try and do it now. So,
okay. So maybe you kind of a wee check there while I'm reading out this little biography. Louis Burns, the Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland, Deputy Chief Executive, and joining HSENI, Louis became an inspector in the Transport and Discipline Services sector. During this period, he developed and reviewed HSENI's policies and procedures on investigation and prosecutions. In 2005, he became a principal inspector, and in 2007, he set up HSENI's major investigation team, where he was responsible for the management and oversight of investigations and prosecutions arising out of fatalities and the most serious accidents at work in Northern Ireland. In 2017, he became the Deputy Chief Executive over Services Division. More recently, he had responsibility for setting up structures and developing operational work associated with the UK's departure from the European Union. So, Louis, I see your slides are up there on the screen, and I hope all the attendees can equally see them. So, if I could let you commence your presentation, and following your presentation, if there's any of the attendees have any queries, you'll be available to answer those. Thank you.
Okay, John, thank you. Conference office holders and delegates, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you this morning. Really, this is not about COVID per se. What I want to speak to you about is our current corporate plan will finish in 2023. So we've just been through a process and a consultation about our 23 to 28 corporate plan. So what I want to do today is to outline what's going to be in that corporate plan, what activities we're going to be doing, our priorities. But first of all, I'd just like to set a little bit of context about our organization. I'm sure the majority of you are very familiar with the Health and Safety Executive, but I'll just share a little bit with you. We are a non-departmental public body, and our sponsor department is the Department for the Economy. I'm never quite sure where we would comfortably sit, but we have to belong to somebody because we are, I think, possibly the only non-departmental public body that has Crown status. Approximately 130 staff, but more of interest to yourselves. Our inspectorate staff are not as big as a lot of people think they are. We have 10 principal inspectors, about 23 and a half inspectors, 16 trainee inspectors, which I'll come on to, and we've 6 compliance officers. I noted something that Maria said there about the nurses, and in some respects we are a little bit like the nurses situation. You can't go out if you need 5 inspectors tomorrow, 5 new inspectors tomorrow. You can't go out and just get them. It's a 3-year process. So it's not that our department haven't been generous to us, but we have right back from VES through a number of years where things were tight. We weren't able to recruit in the numbers that we wanted. And then with retirements and things like that, our numbers had fallen. So we did make a business case, and thankfully our department allowed us to take on over the last couple of years the 16 new trainee inspectors. But from them joining us to them deployed in the field as a fully functioning inspector is about a 3-year process. So in many respects, as I say, you can't just go out and get an inspector. It's not like that. They also come with quite a commitment in terms of training to professionalize them. So that gives you a little bit of background as to the sort of numbers we have. And you'll see later on where those numbers actually become an important feature in our corporate plan. So these are the areas that we cover. Our colleagues, the environmental health officers in the district councils, they would cover, if any of you are old enough to remember the old offices and shops regulations, they would generally cover those sorts of premises. We tend to have the higher risk areas: manufacturing, schools, university, transport, construction, discipline services, fairgrounds, district councils, gas supply and distribution, agriculture, transport, mines and quarries, government departments, which I know is very relevant to this audience, hospitals and nursing homes, and then that final one, market compliance in respect of chemicals and products used at work, is something that we've really sort of come to a bit late in the day, mainly because of Brexit, that has come to the fore. So those are the areas that we cover. So in our new corporate plan, our mission is very much to work with others to help duty holders reduce the rates of work-related serious injury and ill health in Northern Ireland. So our mission will focus on preventing the most serious workplace health and safety issues. It will focus on high-risk industries and activities. We will promote sensible and proportionate risk management. So in other words, we won't worry ourselves to death about fairly minor issues. Our efforts will be concentrated on those higher risk ones. We want to provide effective regulation, but we also want to provide support to the businesses and to the economy. So our strategy in the new corporate plan is very much health and safety. We want to eliminate the causes of physical injury, but and I know this is certainly relevant to yourselves in the public sector. We also want to eliminate the causes of health injuries, and the most up-to-date research is that this is costing the Northern Ireland economy in the region of £265 million a year, ill health associated with work. So looking at Northern Ireland then, 78 or just under 79,000 VAT or payee registered businesses, thousands of others who do not reach the VAT threshold. So back to our numbers, we've got 30 odd inspectors, and we do value there's great value in having an inspector visit your premises, but clearly never in a month of Sundays will we ever get anywhere near the 79,000 businesses. So we have over recent years, and we will continue in the new corporate plan to use other means such as our website and things like social media. Just to give you an idea of how powerful these sort of strategies are, if you look at our social media output between July and September this year, we had 65 Facebook posts, and you can see the reach there of them. You're nearly reaching 83,000 people. 539 engagements, 603 clicks, and 103 new followers. And similar, not just so high on Twitter, but clearly this is these are avenues that we will have to exploit to the full to get our message out. It gives us an opportunity to reach a much wider audience. And again, we ran an asbestos campaign last year, so we TV and radio advertising. And again, these numbers, they're not just as straightforward, but if you look at the reach that we had in our asbestos campaign, and the most powerful part of this actually I think was radio, but we had 6 million impacts. I'm not quite sure what that means, but that's what our comms people have told me. But the one that is very important for me is if we do this type of work, and it was mainly radio, was the one for this audience. It was estimated that that advert, which was really asking for an asbestos survey, the tradesmen and women to ask for an asbestos survey before they undertook work, that 70% of the tradespersons between age 25 and 65 were estimated to have heard that radio advert. So that's at least getting the message out there. The other central theme to our approach and our strategy in the new corporate plan will be a continuation of the collaboration and partnership. Again, given the sheer volume of numbers of businesses out there that we need to reach, we can't do it alone. So we will work with trade unions, we will work with business organizations, we will work with sector organizations, and we will partner with them to get our message out. So, and again, I'm running quickly through the areas that will appear in our new corporate plan. As an organization, and I know you may well come on to talk about this at some point in your conference or maybe in some of your other conferences. The recent politics of the whole situation would suggest that things are not going to be, there's going to be no financial bounty for the public sector. But in terms of cuts that might come down the line, it's very difficult for an organization like ourselves. We are a people-heavy organization, so 93% of our funding actually goes on salaries. In terms of our numbers, they have stabilized. And when I go back to those 16 new trainees, that actually is only bringing us back up to where we probably should have been. And say we've had a major investment in new staff. The other issue, which was somewhat highlighted by Brexit in terms of legislation, etc., where you have a potential divergence in Northern Ireland. Now, none of us know what way this will go with the new administration coming in. But like a lot of parts of the government in Northern Ireland, we are very heavily reliant on our colleagues in GB. So, for example, they would have big policy departments who would take legislation and approve codes of practice and guidance notes. They would take it from what I would call blank page right through to the legislative process. We do not have the staff, we do not have the competence to do that. So historically, legislation and codes of practice, guidance notes, and ACOPs, etc., we got what they did in GB and we tailored it to Northern Ireland. So that is a challenge for us in terms of the operating environment over the next 5 years. If it pans out that we get further divergence or increasing divergence, that is going to become a real challenge to ourselves in terms of legislation and guidance, etc. Also, still in our operating environment, massive challenges coming down the line to us all in terms of new technologies. So you've got things like the path to net zero energy strategy of December 21. You've got hydrogen. People get rightly very exercised when you start to talk about hydrogen, and that's right through from hydrogen production, which could happen in wind farms, could happen on actual farms, could start to make hydrogen. You've got green technologies, you've got the storage of hydrogen, you've got the transmission of hydrogen. You've also got the possibility of things like hydrogen being put into the gas network to help with the green effort. The big problem for us as regulators, and I suppose for yourselves in terms of safety reps, is actually the pace of developments. This area is moving so quickly that it really is very challenging. And I come back to my earlier point, we are very dependent and will be very dependent on our colleagues in GB who have that policy resource, and they've got the health and safety laboratory who also are at the sort of vanguard of a lot of this work. So still in our operating environment, and these are very important groups for us, and rightly or wrongly, we categorize them as vulnerable workers, and they are the young, the old. The young and the old, you will see that in areas such as in farms. Mostly the people who are killed in farms tend to be older farmers working alone. In terms of the young, it's not necessarily, I've never considered this to be young in terms of age. I always look at it as young in service. And I think, employers need to be very careful of people who are young in service. The ones that are just into the organization, they need to be looking at their risk assessments and all to make sure that people's inexperience of the workplace is taken account of. And simply because they work somewhere else doesn't mean they know everything about the risks in their current environment. Migrant workers, non-English speaking, and workers with disabilities will all be priority areas for us. This, we call these reported concerns about workplace health and safety. In old money, we call them complaints. We get about 800 of these a year, and they range from minor to serious. Some of them are not even for us, they're for the local councils. They are for example, the Labour Relations Agency, but they come to us. Some of them are vexatious, and some of them have an agenda which is not necessarily health and safety, it's industrial relations, but they tend to tag on, sometimes they tag on 1 or 2 health and safety issues, but the real matter is a labour relations issue. So we get about 800 of those a year. Some of them come with insufficient information of who and where is involved. So we will give priority to complaints where we believe the health and safety law is not being complied with, or there's the likelihood that the situation as described would cause serious harm. And we will respond in certain time frames. We will prioritize the higher priority ones, and it will take time to deal with the lower priority ones. So that's a quick run through the operating environment that we foresee over the next 5 years. So now let's, if we can, we'll just look back as to what has been happening. Now, this is a look back over serious and fatal injuries. The fatal on the red there and the serious on the blue columns. There is a definition that we use for serious, so it tends to be ones that are life-changing, debilitating, etc. There's not a great rhyme or reason to the numbers here. They fluctuate up and down. I mean, if you look at the fatalities, for example, in 2009, they're very low, and then they start to creep back up to 2011. 2014 was a high year, and the serious as well, they're up and down. But these are the ones, the activities that are associated with these are where we will concentrate our efforts over the next 5 years. Now, let's look at the major accidents. So major is within the definition of RIDDOR, and there's a whole clatter of ways that an accident can be classified as major. So if you go back to the early 2000s, you can see it was quite high around 03, 04. But since that, there has been a steady decline, and over time, that's been very valuable, and it's good to see that. But you're still in the region of 200 to 300 major accidents a year in Northern Ireland. Over 3 days, can be a bit more random. Again, you can see a general decline since the early 2000s, but you can see from 16, 17, it's started to go up again. And in last year, after we sort of started to emerge from the pandemic, it has gone up again. There's some random factors within the 3 days which can throw it out a bit, you know, but that gives you a flavour for the accident trends. So in our last corporate plan, it was decided that we would set targets for reductions of fatality, serious, majors, and over 3 days. This time we're not going to do that as such. Like we set a target for a reduction in serious and fatals to 10% and a reduction in majors to 10%. So when we looked at this again this time with our board, and we looked at some other organizations who have a similar function to ourselves, it was probably not the right thing to do to set a numerical reduction in the numbers that we want, because one, I don't want to sound twee here, but we don't actually kill people. The people that die are out there in industry, and they are actually the duty holders, and it's up to them to control it. So what we've set in this particular corporate plan is that we want to, and it's to get this collective idea that we're all in this together. We want the average number of serious and fatal accidents over the corporate plan will be lower than the average number in the previous corporate plan. So what we're trying to do is to get that notion that we're all in this together, and we just want to see it to continually go down. I personally think that we didn't maybe strike the right note the last time, because if you say we want to reduce serious and fatal accidents by 10%, you're sort of given the message that there's a certain amount of these are tolerable and we will tolerate a certain amount of them. Whereas I think our measures in this plan are better because they sort of indicate that we just need to keep driving these down. And it's the same for, you can see it there, it's the same for majors and over 3 days. So our outputs, one of our outputs, we will have 80,000 interventions, of which 25,000 will be site visits. So that's 5,000 site visits or inspector visits, etc. per annum. And in terms of the 80,000 interventions, you can see the sort of things that we're talking about there. It will include site visits, inspections, investigations, initiatives, advisory contacts, campaigns, advisory visits, blitzes, information advice, social media, etc. We believe that this is quite a challenging target of 80,000. When you look at what we've achieved over previous years, it will be quite stretching. So that is one of our main outputs in the new corporate plan. Now, this is something new. What we are going to do now is we're going to have, over the 5 years of the corporate plan, we're going to have 3 annual cross-cutting themes in years 1, 3, and 5. This will take up quite a bit of our budget in terms of buying media space, making the adverts, etc. But these will all have a marketing campaign which will cover print, traditional media, mainstream media, social media, radio, TV, website. They will also have group activities, inspection initiatives, awareness raising, blitzes, etc. They will also have speaking events like this morning and any opportunity we can get. So there'll be 1 year 1, 1 year 3, 1 year 5. Now, don't worry about the detail because there's a lot of information on this slide, but the table, the column on the left-hand side basically shows when we asked our heads of groups to rank what they thought were the most pressing issues. That's the list we got, with workplace transport at the top, equipment including guarding, isolation and maintenance, and lung diseases, or that general health approach, as number 3. The column on the right is, if we looked across all groups, the most frequently mentioned issues, and you can see some uniformity emerged there as well. So if we just looked at what our groups wanted, those are the areas. Now, it's slightly complicated then if you look at the fatalities and the majors over the last 5 years. So if you look at the fatalities on the left-hand side of that table, most fatalities come from falls from height, basically. The next biggest number of fatalities come from workplace transport and vehicle pedestrian segregation. And then this is where some sectors dominate in fatalities, and you get these random factors. So agriculture, being killed by animals at work, actually came out number 3. And then you've got those other categories. If you look at the measures, slips, trips and falls, how that got so high up the majors was, if you look at sectors, I think I'm telling the right thing, health, education, and those areas where you've got high numbers of the public coming into buildings, slips, trips and falls, massive numbers of those. And then you've got falls, were the next category of which cause major injuries, and then struck by. So it's quite difficult actually to, when we're looking at what we should do for these themes, it's quite difficult to know what to choose. So what we have come up with in year 1 is our first theme across year 1 will be workplace transport and pedestrian vehicle segregation. We deliberately haven't said what we will do in years 3 or 5, but we have indicated most likely in year 3 our theme will be health. And that will cover all aspects of health in the workplace. So just very quickly, because I know time is probably against me here. These are sort of standard fare that you will see in a corporate plan. And the first one is to prepare regulations and approve codes of practice that will allow for the maintenance of a regulatory framework which affords appropriate protections and conditions to workers. Just for your own information, we actually prepare the approved codes of practice, guidance notes and regulations. It's the Department for the Economy that makes those regulations. It's not ourselves. The other ones there, again, are standard fare. They're customer care charter. We will comply with HM relevant or Treasury and DOF guidance on financial risk management, and we will ensure the highest level of corporate governance within our organization. So very quickly to finish with, this is our sectoral priorities. When so you'll see when the new document comes out, you'll see what our priorities will be within every sector. And again, this is against a backdrop of we have 30 odd inspectors. We can't do everything, we can't be everywhere, so we have to prioritize. But having said that, please do not read this that we will forget about the bread and butter issues during inspections. We will cover it all, but these are the priority issues. We used 3 sources of data. We used our Ritter statistics. We asked our heads of groups who have the sort of sectoral intelligence and dealing with the sector, so they know with their operational teams what are the important issues. And we also cross-referenced to the Health and Safety Executive in GB and the Health and Safety Authority down south to check what their priorities were. In the middle of it all, we've got this whole emerging technologies, which is moving apace. Okay, and I'll just run through the first couple of these that are more relevant to this audience, and then very quickly the other sectors which are probably less relevant. The public sector, as I say, those hospital and education and government arenas, slips, trips and falls dominate. They are the big causes of over 3 days in majors within the public sector. Workplace transport, vehicle pedestrian segregation is also an issue. And that's a new one from our previous core plan. The red tick would indicate that this is a new area that we're going to focus on within the sector. Violence and assaults on staff is a big issue. Very, very difficult one to tackle because of the just because of the situational aspect to it and how quickly it can escalate. And even with the best will, it's a very difficult one to tackle, but it is an area we're going to focus on. Musculoskeletal disorders and handling, and then equipment, including machinery, guarding, isolation, and maintenance. Mental well-being. Now, this isn't a sector, but we have a group, and this is going to be a theme across all sectors. And mental well-being, our mental well-being team, it's really our health team. So lung diseases is going to be an issue that we're going to focus on, occupational cancers, and again, very relevant and I'm sure of interest to yourselves, stress, mental well-being, and musculoskeletal disorders. Now, you may well ask why those 2 are grouped together. I'm not an expert, but there is a relationship between musculoskeletal disorders and stress and mental well-being. But those are certainly, I know I'm talking to the converted there, but that last category is certainly prevalent in the public sector. And again, I know these won't be massively of interest, so I'll run through them very quickly. Manufacturing is a big sector within Northern Ireland. The biggest issues, transport, guarding, lifting operations, that's mainly mechanical lifting more than musculoskeletal disorder type lifting, and occupational lung diseases and control measures. We've had a big initiative this year about extraction systems, and I think to date it's well over 100, maybe towards 150 notices have been served on extraction equipment within our manufacturing sector. Agriculture, older farmers, it's very unfortunate, but the sort of demographic of farms in Northern Ireland is quite often the generation that should be farming have gone out because the farm can't sustain them. You've got older farmers who are trying to keep the farm going to some extent. They tend to take risks that maybe they shouldn't. So that's one of our priority areas. Older farmers, animals, falls from height. We've had quite a few serious and fatal injuries where there's been work ongoing at a farm, be it maintenance and things like that. Workplace transport, equipment, and then slurry, thankfully not too many recently. Children are definitely an issue on farms. The reason being that's where they live, and lung diseases as well. Construction, no big surprises there. Falls from height, slip, trips and falls. Asbestos and silica are our particular ones there for the lung diseases. Construction design and management, regulations, the promotion of that, and workplace transport. Chemicals. This is an area which has sort of come to the fore with the EU exit work. Having said that, it's probably an area that we should have been doing much more on beforehand. So it's really market compliance. You may hear this talked about as market surveillance, but it's market compliance. Really, this is ensuring that whatever whatever standards and regulations apply in the market, it's making sure that the chemicals are compliant with it, be that EU, be that UK, be that whatever. So we have a team that are now on the ground checking these sorts of things, and it's REACH regulations. That's a whole massive subject. But we, for example, this year we are working with our council colleagues, and we are advising, not necessarily strict enforcement. We are helping the tattoo industry. You may be aware of the whole thing about tattoo inks and the dangers of tattoo inks. So we are working with the industry to, under the REACH regulations, to help them with that. Biocides as well, classification, labeling and packaging. And this is a new one for us. We're trying to get the grips to it, to develop a strategy. It's the online sales, and you'll see this in product as well, but we have a role to play on online sales of chemicals as well. Product safety, similar to chemicals, and I'll not bore you, but that's the whole list of machinery. Our council colleagues would do more consumer goods, so they would do, for example, toys and things like that. Ours tend to be stuff that's used at work. Okay, extractive industries, mines and quarries, etc. And you can see again there, it's workplace transport machinery, right down to mining and exploration drilling, that sort of thing. Waste. Now, yes, this one would be, so you would have some colleagues who would be employed here, council workers. You also have some civil service who are involved in some waste sites. So it's workplace transport and pedestrian interfaces, equipment, including machinery guarding, occupational lung diseases, slips, trips and falls, and work at heights will be our priorities. Utilities, again, there'll be some public sector workers involved in utilities in terms of Northern Ireland Water and things like that. And these would be the areas that we will prioritise in relation to utilities. Docks, again, workplace transport. You've got a very large equipment down there moving about, lines of sight for drivers and things like that, lifting operations and equipment. And fairgrounds, that speaks for itself. It's a bit of an unusual one. Fairgrounds, ride inspection and testing and operation. There is a system called ADIPS, which we police in Northern Ireland for fairground rides. It's a difficult sector actually to deal with as well. Transport, again, slips, trips and falls, workplace transport and vehicle pedestrian segregation, falls from height and handling. Gas, I said quite a bit about gas already, and I mean, one of the big issues here is the renewables and the whole thing with hydrogen and the new technologies, and that will dominate what we will probably get involved in the gas sector. Major hazards, this would be like our oil storage sites and things like that, and this is fairly standard about controlling the risks through safety cases. We're coming towards the end because I'm probably taking up more time than I have here. New and emerging technologies, I said, this is going to be a massive area over the next 5 years of this corporate plan, and how not just us, but all sorts of organizations, how we get to grips with this as an enforcement organization, and it's going to be particularly challenging. I suppose finally, we have always had good relations with trade union reps. I know sometimes, and I'll put my hand up, I believe it's a little bit hit and miss as to whether we meet with yourselves all the time when we visit sites. But as far as possible, if we forget about it, let us know, because we do want to continue that good working relationship that we have with the unions. And I know the unions have always been very supportive of ourselves. And it's going to be essential over the next 5 years, this corporate plan, that we continue to build on that. So that's really what I wanted to cover today about our next corporate plan. Okay, John.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks very much, Louis. Quite a bit of information you've gone over there, and a short time to get it fitted in. And I see we have a couple of questions that have come through there from a couple of attendees. I'm not sure if you can see those on your screen. or not?
I can't. If you go ahead, you tell me what they are. I'm
Okay.
trying to
Um,
get this thing back on here.
If you can change, if you can drop that presenter view, then
Yeah.
just I think if you just close it.
All right.
Yeah, that
So
works. That's great.
yep, that's us now.
Okay, there's two questions come in, and the first one, could you indicate again who covers the offices and shops category?
Okay, so yes, the old set of regulations that some of you may remember as the offices and shops, they would be enforced by the environmental health officers of the relevant district council. So and that would include warehousing, and they have the same powers as us. So during COVID, this came to the fore quite a lot because a lot of the queries that come in during COVID were to do with what I would call the high street. So the offices, shops, restaurants, cafes, etc. We don't have any VARs. We have no enforcement role or powers within those premises. That would be the district council environmental health officers.
Okay. Thanks for that. There's another question here. Who has responsibility for HM forces bases?
Us, that's the health and safety executive, and it would be the same across the water. So that comes under what we call discipline services group. So in the discipline services, you would have police, army, prisons. I was going to say anybody that wears a uniform, but I better not say that. That's not strictly true. It's those sort of central government functions like prisons, police, army. It doesn't include ambulance. Ambulance goes to our health sector, but it's us.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Another question is arrived in here. Louis, could it be part of your policy to ask to see trade union representatives when you visit?
Yes, it is. It is, John. We tell our inspectors that they should. Now, again, hands up, they don't always, and sometimes the TUS people will come along after and say, look, we heard you're on the site, you didn't tell us, and we always remind our staff. But yes, absolutely, it's something that we have to get better at. I'll put my hand up. We don't always manage to do it, but we do remind our staff to do it.
That seems to be all the questions. So can I thank you again on behalf of all the attendees and the outgoing Health and Safety Committee for giving up your time, and time's precious for everybody. And it's invaluable, to be able to have a conversation with you, and we hope to liaise on with you more in the future, and perhaps maybe come to speak to our committee, our new committee, once it's formed.
Yep.
So in terms of the next stage of the conference, we'll be taking a coffee break or tea break now for 15 minutes, but I want to check with Geraldine just to confirm the issue that was raised in terms of the voting system, that has been corrected. So Geraldine, if you have any updates for us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've raised the issue that Margaret brought to the conference attention earlier on with NIVEC, and hopefully delegates will have received an email at 10:30 today, just setting out again their unique key and password, and hopefully have been able to take part in the ballot process. Hopefully that issue has been sorted and there's no further difficulties in terms of access. But if there is, can you please let me know as a matter of urgency, or contact NIVEC directly if you have any further difficulties in accessing the ballot. Is everyone being able to, if you could just indicate that you are all able to access it, that would be helpful. Margaret, I see your hand up.
Yeah, Charlie, I only realised then after that, it's because you have access to two separate voting panels and you need two separate keys. So you have to use one key to vote for one side, which is the civil service group, and you have to use the other one to vote on the PO group.
Have you been able to then
Yes.
exercise your
But-
vote, Margaret?
Yeah, but you need the two separate keys. It's two separate keys. That's why there's two
Right.
separate keys this year.
Okay. Okay, Margaret, thank you for that clarification. Some people are saying that they are able to use the one unique key and password to access both, but I see, Chair, there's a couple of other hands up.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, the couple-
Enda and Paul and Francis have their hands up, Chair.
okay, yeah. Yeah, I see them there now. And there's a couple of questions as well in the question and answer screen. Someone's confirming that they've got two emails, one for the PO ballot as well as the CS ballot, and another Brendan, he's used the one access code. Can I bring you in, Francis? There may be a wee bit of a delay for you coming in there. You're at the top of my screen alphabetically, so I'll call you first. Right. Not sure if your hand's up in error, Francis. Paul? Oh, Paul's dropped his hand. Okay, Paul Dawson. Are you able to come in? Yeah, Paul's answered his question in the chat. I was able to use the one access code to vote for both. As a HSENA inspector, we would ask to see trade union representatives when we go out on site, but not all premises have them. Also, as we generally go in unannounced to premises, the reps may not be there as on shift at the time of visit. That's from John Wilson. And Brendan O'Reilly, one code gave me access to both votes. Yeah, people are coming back here to say that the chat's disabled. How can we enable the chat? Is that something for NIVAC?
It is indeed, Chair, they would need to activate that if it has been disabled. Some people are saying that they need two separate unique keys and passwords. My understanding is the one will access both.
Yeah.
Ballot papers, and Margaret, I'm not sure why you've got two separate ones, but if you could contact NIVAC on that email address that was sent to you with your papers, hopefully they'll resolve any issues moving forward. And if people can let me know if they still can't get access to the ballot papers, I'll try and get that sorted in while we're on a coffee break.
Okay, we'll check that mute why panelists are the attendees are muted. That I'm not able to invite them in. Certainly there's a bit of confusion there around the two codes for voting. So we'll try and get that all ironed out now over the break. So if we could take a break now in 15 minutes, and it'll allow us a chance to check over how everything's working. So thank you for that. We'll see you back then at 20 to 12, if that's okay. Everybody again, welcome back following the break. Hopefully you take an opportunity to cast your vote for the elections. This is the first panel working safely with COVID and supporting members. And I'm going to invite Sharon Hughes to give a presentation. And she's been suffering from long COVID for some time now. So Sharon, if you're ready, would you be able to make your presentation? Thanks.
Thanks, John. Bear with me, just everybody. I'm very nervous this morning, and as you can hear, usually very croaky as well. So I'll talk for as long as the voice lasts. So my name's Sharon Hughes. I am an employee of Libraries, and I currently working as a branch library manager in one location and a library assistant in another. And I have been off with long COVID or post-COVID recovery from December last year. So I am 54 years of age. I am married. I am a carer to an elderly father in his 80s who lives with us and who suffers from COPD, dementia and mobility issues. And I live with my husband. So together there's just the three of us in the house. So I work full time, and I have made pages of notes here just to prompt me, because my thought processes aren't very quick during when I'm talking, and very often I struggle to find the right words. So after lockdown, the same as everybody else, and the subsequent return to work, I, like many others and our family, were extremely careful, to the point of being paranoid, really, regarding catching COVID and bringing it home to my elderly dad, who, as I said, suffers from COPD. Although I've suffered myself with asthma from childhood, I thought that if I caught it, it might be like a chest infection or something, and that I would be ill probably, but would recover. And the entire family was more concerned about protecting Dad or Granda in the case of my children who live outside of the home. So we took the precautions that everybody else was taking. Other than the controls in the workplace, we didn't meet up outside the home really with strangers. There were no Christmas dinners, no Christmas parties as such with colleagues. Online shopping came, and like everybody else, we took the precaution of washing everything down with the sterilized wipes and spraying everything and spraying work surfaces. So we did everything that we were supposed to be doing to protect ourselves. And when COVID hit our family, between Christmas and the New Year, it just came like a bolt out of the blue, because we had been off on annual leave the week before Christmas, so hadn't been outside of the home really. And I say, no parties or anything. So where did we get it? Who knows? Maybe from online postal deliveries or something, that cardboard boxes or letters or whatever that you can't spray or clean the way that you could, like hard surfaces, like most of your groceries and things. So and we had all taken tests before Christmas, Christmas Eve, so that we could all meet safely for Christmas dinner in our home and protect everybody. So on the Wednesday between Christmas and New Year, I had woken up that morning in the early hours of the morning with the symptoms of a tummy bug, and put it down to either a tummy bug or eating too much rich food, too much chocolate, probably over Christmas time. And then as the hours went on during the night and I was quite ill, lunchtime then I developed the headache, the earache, the sore throat, and the perspiration was lashing off me. One by one, we all felt like dominoes, and we all felt that we had hit the proverbial brick wall. It floored us all. Everyone had the typical symptoms, which knocked us all off our feet. And the next day, then, after taking home tests, we booked tests online and got the proper COVID tests done, and they came back positive for everybody except my dad, and his test was lost. So everybody in the family was ill, and the only one who wasn't very seriously ill was my father, the very person who we had all tried to protect. He had mild symptoms, cold symptoms, just runny nose and a wee bit of a cough, and that was it. And with him having dementia, he just couldn't understand why everybody else in the house was sick, and nobody was catering to his every whim and being on demand whenever he thought that he was due his next cup of coffee and a wee bun or a bicky. So gradually over the coming week or so, we come out of our isolation period and we planned to return to work. And then my life changed. My symptoms returned, and I ended up feeling worse than what I ever did. I spent days in bed, unable to lift my head, and the headaches and the muscle pains was so bad. Even the earache returned. My husband returned to work full time and then returned home to care for me and to care for Daddy. And most of the caring was to look after me. He had to assist me to the bathroom. And when getting showered, I had to sit on Daddy's mobility shower seat while Adrian washed me, shampooed my hair, and then dried and dressed me. Sometimes I collapsed back into bed, and other times I just made it to a dining room chair where Adrian had to dry my hair. I was physically and mentally exhausted all of the time. My arms and legs felt like lead weights, and I couldn't lift my arms up high enough to brush my hair, never mind hold a hairdryer and attempt to style it. So the hairstyles became the joke of the family, and it's lasted for 10 months. Has Mum had the energy to dry her hair today or not? and does she look like crystal tips or not, or a wild woman? So a few months ago, things that improved, the hairstyles improved, because while watching a dreaded shopping channel and spending too much money, watching QVC, and I saw a rotating hairbrush, which also had a dry function. And it was a quarter of the weight of my hairdryer. So that's what I use now with one hand to dry my hair. Over the coming weeks and months, sometimes there were days when I felt a little bit better. Colleagues and friends would frequently ring, and I'd sound a little clearer on the phone, less hoarse, and I felt like I was getting better, that I was turning a corner. But then the following day, or even just later on the same day, I'd be as bad as ever again. I spent days in bed at a time, or on the sofa, or on the chair in front of the TV. I never had a full night's sleep, and the perspiration lashes off me at times. And my head frequently feels like it's about to explode. The headaches, they resemble migraines, and they're always on or behind my right eye, and the earache is always my right ear. Doctors haven't been able to explain why it's always the right side. And I've spoken to people who have had long COVID and the clinics and things, and it is something that crops up with them regularly, that it's the right eye and the right ear that's affected. So I spent my days sleeping, watching TV, and although I could never tell you what I watched, because half the times I was sleeping, and then you'd wake up and you'd realise that although you were sleeping, somewhere in the back of your mind you could still hear what was going on. So it was a bit strange to try and piece together. I mean, you couldn't watch a movie, but you could maybe catch up on news or something like that. And so I'm sure the postman thought that I was a looper sitting in front of the window. This woman who never moved from the window sat in front of the TV. In the depths of winter, was wearing sunglasses because she had a headache. And more times than not, she was wearing her sunglasses, and she was lying with her mouth wide open, snoring her head off in front of the window. So the brain fog then that everybody talks about, or poor concentration levels, I was going to say were terrible, but it is terrible because it hasn't gone away. I struggle to find the right words. I find it difficult to hold conversations. And to think on my feet when somebody asks me a question, even if it's like a doctor or one of the occupational health doctors that want to confirm that you are who you are whenever they're doing their online consultation, and they ask you your date of birth, or they ask you what age you are. And I've had to write it down now, what age I am, because there's some days I don't know what age I am. So during the times when the headache eases, I would try to read a book, but I would find myself going over the pages continually to try and remember the plot or the characters. And for somebody that works in libraries and their whole life was their books, it's a hard pill to swallow that you can't read a book anymore because you can't remember what's happening. So I've given up on that idea. There's not really any point. So what have I done, or what do I do with myself over the past 10 months or so? When I have a good period, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, I try to help Adrian around the house, try to make myself useful, but I still struggle. And I struggled with everything, even the smallest things. The pain is always there between my shoulder blades and across the bottom of my neck. And the breathlessness never really goes away. I couldn't even bend down to put a wash into the washing machine. Your chest feels like it's in a vice. You can't get a breath. And then you feel lightheaded and you would lose your balance. There's no wheezing when I'm breathless. So people would say to me, are you taking your asthmatic inhalers? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? I take my inhalers routinely, like I always have. My asthma was always well managed. But this is a different type of breathlessness. And there is no wheeze. So I know that it's not asthma with me. And it feels entirely different. I ordered a Dyson Hoover, and whenever I feel up to it, we have wooden floors, so I try to use the Dyson and try hoovering, but even standing up and hoovering doesn't work, so I have to sit to do it. And we live in a bungalow, so I might only have the energy to hoover half a room or one room if it's a good day. We rescue greyhounds, and there's 4 here, and they cast. So when the back door opens, the dust bunnies roll across the wooden floors, and that gets me down because to me my house then feels dirty. But in a bungalow, you only can hoover, if I can only hoover one room at a time, it's a waste of my time. And I'm exhausting myself because there's no point. The breeze or the air just carries the fur or dust or whatever it is, crumbs, anything. And you just walk it from one room to the other. So hoovering one room instead of doing the whole floor of the bungalow just doesn't work. Be easier if I would still be in a house, the normal, up and down, where you could maybe just do downstairs and leave upstairs. So any form of exercise at all or exertion causes breathlessness, and anything at all causes getting up of a chair, walking from the front door across the driveway to the car, and the perspiration lashes off me. I waken up in the mornings and my eyes are just full of gunk all the time, and you have to wipe them with cotton wool and things. And I have developed psoriasis on parts of my chest and throat area, inside my ears, behind my ears, and on parts of my scalp. The GP says it's from anxiety, but whenever I go to the hairdressers, the hairdressers have noticed that from COVID, that they have an increase in their clients suffering from psoriasis. And I've only ever heard that, but with me and my hairdresser and what they're taking off it, I haven't heard from a GP or in magazines or online that there has been an increase in people contacting psoriasis or developing psoriasis after having contacted COVID-19. So, I try to help Adrian as much as I can when I can. He's working full time. He leaves home 4:30 in the morning to work in Queens, and he comes home and he's tired. He's tired. I'm tired. Everybody's tired. So, and I've always been a can-do person, and I've always wanted to stand, always just do things myself. So it feels so wrong for me to be sitting there and watching him struggle doing chores and everything when he's dropping off his feet. So lately, I have got a wee bit stronger, and I try to prepare or make some sort of contribution towards dinners or lunches. So recently or so, I can stand for about 5 minutes, if I'm lucky, at the sink to peel vegetables. But most times I have to sit on a stool or on a chair. And sometimes I just have to give up and say I can't do it anymore. And that's because the breathlessness has returned, the perspiration has returned, and the pain behind my shoulder blades and at the top or the base of my neck, the muscles are just burning, and I just feel that I just can't do it anymore, and I have to go and sit down.
Sharon, we're
running on, John.
We're running a wee bit behind schedule. So
okay.
I mean, certainly your story. I mean, your life, how much your life has changed.
So I've lost count how many dinners have been ruined because of this, because I either forget that I've turned the cooker on, or I fall asleep, or I think that I've put the pots on, but I haven't put any water in them. So I'm renowned for my caramelized dinners and Adrian's frequent last minute dashes to the chippy. Over the years, I've suffered mental health issues, and I've been prescribed antidepressants. But COVID-19 has really taken its toll on me mentally. I frequently cry. I cry from the pain, from the sheer frustration of not being able to do everything that I want to do and I feel that I should be doing. From the unfairness of it all for those who have had COVID and have recovered, and from loneliness, because I am lonely. I miss my colleagues, I miss my friends, and the odd lunch out or anything doesn't really cut it for me. And as time has gone on, the caring and the understanding from family and friends, it's running thin. My husband often loses it these days. I know he's exhausted, and you try not to take it personally, And he doesn't mean it, but at the time it is hurtful and it does make me cry. Most of the time he thinks I'm ignoring him or not answering his questions, but all I'm really trying to do is concentrate on what he's asking me, and I'm trying to find the right words to answer him.
Sharon,
So
if you maybe have you have a final point there, you would like to
Yeah.
make, so that we need to bring on the panelists. I'll be
Yeah.
bringing them in next.
So where we are now is that I'm still off work. There doesn't seem to be any light at the end of the tunnel. Good days are few and far between. My voice, it can be hoarse, can be go all together. It still is affecting me mentally. I'm still in pain and I can't walk very far. Frequently, I waken up and the symptoms have returned with a vengeance. The latest time there was just over 3.5 weeks ago. So I am building myself back up to that. My GP had organised x-rays and ultrasounds, and they all confirmed that there was no underlying health reasons for the reason that I am where I am, and that it is post-COVID recovery. I've been referred to a long COVID clinic, but I haven't been seen yet. My GP has also referred me to see a respiratory consultant. The waiting list is 4 years now. So it was 4.5 whenever I had the initial consultant. I'm finding it hard just to carry on day by day. It's hard to imagine a future without these debilitating symptoms. Miss work, miss my colleagues, friends, I miss the crack, but I'm determined not to let it beat me. And I have to hope that it will get better and that I will become strong again and more mobile, and the weight that has piled on from Christmas time will gradually come back off again. There'll be more good days and that I can get to enjoy life. Just very quickly, for those of you who are grandparents, you'll understand this. My first grandchild was born in November last year, and the impact of COVID has meant that I can't nurse her properly without having a cushion underneath my arm and somebody beside me in case I drop her. I can't carry her. And definitely now that she's getting onto her feet, I'll not be able to help her to walk because I can't lean over. A work colleague has said to me, and she's also suffering from long COVID, that something she said, and it has stayed with me. And she said that we are existing, but we are not living. And that's the way I feel. So thank you very much for listening to my story. And I'm sorry if I rambled on a bit. I was a bit unsure whether it would fill 5 minutes, 10 minutes or what. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Certainly that is a very emotive story, and I'm sure there are attendees. I'm sure there will be many of them will have family members or be aware of someone that's perhaps in the situation that you are yourself. So our first panelist to come in is Nina Wilson, the Equality Officer or Equality Commission. Nina is an Equality Officer in the Equality Commission in the Advice and Compliance Division, where she advises and delivers training to employers and trade union representatives. She has worked for ECNI for 22 years. So Nina, if you have a presentation there.
Thanks a million, John. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
That's okay. Great. Thank you, Sharon. That was a heartrending story of the real impact of long COVID. I've been asked to address 2 questions today, to look at the examine the case law around long COVID as a disability. And the second question was about calls to make long COVID a recognised disability under the Disability Discrimination Act. I'm going to try and address these in a very short space of time. But please do ask questions, and remember that we have the inquiry line if there's questions you want to address at a later stage in terms of an issues. Bear in mind the Equality Commission has 2 separate sections. We have our legal section, which advises individuals, and trade union reps are more than welcome to contact the legal section. I work in the advice and compliance division, where we advise employers and trade unions on general issues in terms of those issues around disability discrimination. Next slide, please. These are recent statistics from the Office of National Statistics. They are from and the lovely production of long COVID, as I had to learn how to wear glasses during presentations. The Office of National Statistics reported in June 2022 that it is estimated there were 2 million people reporting the symptoms of long COVID. Those suffering from the effects of long COVID, which may impact on their daily lives, may suffer from a disability as a consequence. The British Medical Journal also produced a report in September of this year, and they noted that obviously that people with underlying disabilities, the prevalence and the death rates for those people in the context of long COVID was actually quite high and needed to be thought about, and also people working in frontline working environments. In terms of one of the issues seems to be that the condition can fluctuate in its impact, and I think that clearly came across from Sharon in her presentation about the fluctuating aspect of the disability. Next slide, please. These were statistics put together by the ONS in 2021, and they looked at the prevalence of particular symptoms around long COVID. And as you can see, the weakness or tiredness, which Sharon referred to, and the shortness of breath are the top 2, and those haven't changed. And she also mentioned muscle ache and difficulty in concentration, and loss of a smell is one that a lot of people talk about, but she also mentioned the headaches and trouble sleeping, and obviously the mental health issues in terms of anxiety, in terms of those issues. Next slide, please. So I thought it would be useful in the context of looking at the age categories in terms of who's been affected. And I noted when Sharon said that she was 54, says a 55-year-old woman to her, that the age profile of where it's limited a lot is that 50 to 69-year-old grouping, which is where a lot of disability and age discrimination issues click in. So it is interesting from the ONS, the self-reported long COVID is particularly high in that particular age profile. Next slide. And if any of you have been unfortunate enough to be at my presentations, you'll know this slide back to front and then slide out. In order to meet the definition of a disability under the Disability Discrimination Act, you must have a physical or mental impairment. You must show that it's substantial, and you must show that it's substantial, not minor or trivial. You must show that it is potential to last 12 months or more, or that it's a fluctuating condition, which is a really important part of the long COVID. When I talk about the case law, that'll make it much more relevant. In terms of ability to carry out normal day-to-day activities, so if you think back to the issues of concentration, mobility, all those sorts of issues, breathlessness, which will obviously impact on your mobility, issues around concentration in terms of brain fog, all those will be relevant. Next slide. So one of the questions was around categories. There is specific categories which are specifically covered, and they were changed in 2006 so that people are automatically covered with cancer, MS, and HIV and severe disfigurements. So those are the specific or types of disability which are specified. Next slide. In the Office of, so our statutory guidance. Next slide, please. Sorry, the statutory guidance on matters to be taken into account in determining questions relating to the definition of disability, which are issued by the Office of First Minister and Deputy First Minister, which are our sponsor body. And that guidance is written by them. In that context, obviously the code of practice in relation to disability is written by the Equality Commission and is reviewed by the Equality Commission in that context. But in terms of this guidance, this is what will be taken into account in the preliminary decisions in a tribunal on the definition of a disability. Next slide. So this is Burke versus Turning Point Scotland. It was very recent. It was this year, actually. The decision was in June of 2021. Mr. Burke was a caretaker for Turning Point, which is a voluntary organisation in Scotland. He contracted COVID in November 2020. So the question for the tribunal was Mr. Burke disabled? And there are certain conditions I've already alluded to which are automatically classified as a disability under the Disability Discrimination Act or the Equality Act. Long COVID is not such a condition, so whether it amounts to a disability is based upon whether it meets the legal definition of a disability. So that was the last slide that I talked about, the physical impairment or mental impairment. So in the context of the physical impairment, that would be your mobility, that would be long COVID in the context of a post-viral syndrome. And then you look at it in terms of how does it substantially affect a person on a 12-monthly basis. And you may have medical evidence, but I'm going to go back to this case here. In the judgment, the tribunal referred to the TUC report on workers' experience of long COVID and noted fatigue as the most common symptom of long COVID. The report had also found that roughly 29% of respondents experienced symptoms for 12 months or more. In this context, there was 2 occupational health reports sought in this tribunal for this case before they dismissed Mr. Burke from Turning Point in August of 2021. And what they did was those occupational health reports actually said that the disability provisions of the Equality Act would not apply. This is where we would say to you, it is crucially important that it is a decision of a tribunal and it is a decision of management within an organisation to decide whether somebody meets the definition of a disability. You may take into consideration medical reports, and those can be inconclusive as the symptoms vary and individuals vary in terms of, and it will always turn on a case-by-case scenario. Mr. Burke was actually dismissed on grounds of ill health in August 2021, but other aspects of Mr. Burke's scenario, which I thought was very relevant, was the fact that there was no particularization of symptoms in some of the GP notes due to the severe restrictions on face-to-face meetings with GPs at the time. Did not mean that those symptoms did not exist. Post-viral fatigue syndrome caused by COVID-19, it did have an adverse effect on his normal day-to-day activities. It was more than minor or trivial and substantial, and it was long-term, and it would well be that it would last for a period of 12 months when viewed from the dismissal date. So in the context of, next slide, the relevant period when the claimant had the physical impairment. So they were able to show that he had breathlessness. He was not socializing with his family during the period coming up to Christmas. His daughter, who was a disability specialist in a voluntary organisation for 20 years, gave evidence, and the tribunal sought that evidence. Did the impairment have an adverse effect on his ability to carry out normal day-to-day activities? And was that effect substantial? And what did it last for the 12 months? So you can see from this case that it met all those requirements. Now, the medical evidence obviously didn't stack up in this scenario, but it did show that the claimant in this position, Mr. Burke, was able to say that that he met the definition of a disability, and that was a preliminary tribunal. So the decision of whether he had been unfairly dismissed or whether there had been failure to make a reasonable adjustments wasn't looked at in that preliminary decision. So what are the key takeaways from the context? Long COVID may amount to a disability. The condition is not automatically deemed to meet the definition of a disability, although each case will turn on its own facts. The principle laid out in the judgment would seem to apply in many cases. Occupational health and medical reports are helpful in understanding diagnosis or prognosis, but are not a determination of whether a person's condition constitutes a disability. And that is, I'm just going back to the context of that's a legal question. Next slide. This was Matthews versus Razor's Edge, Group 20, Group Limited, and this was 2022 as well. This woman was a hairstylist in 2007. Her work relationship was uneventful until 2018, when issues relating to the claimant's employment status, and then from 2020 when the COVID pandemic reached the UK. She developed COVID-related symptoms in late March 2020. They increased in severity from mid-April. She was admitted to hospital on 2 occasions because of breathing difficulties, ongoing symptoms such as chronic fatigue, poor blood circulation, low iron levels, and asthma. She was monitored by a nurse by the local crisis team. She also received asthma inhalers and other medicines, including antibiotics and pain medication. Bear in mind, going back to that definition, can we go back 2 slides? Sorry, I'm going to be really awkward here. Hi, Stephen, Connor, can we go back 2 slides if you don't mind? Thanks. No, go forward 1 more slide, sorry. So going back to the adverse effect on ability to carry out normal day-to-day activities, you must look at those without medication. So you must look at them without inhalers. How does that affect that person without inhalers? How does that affect that person without medication? Whether that's counseling as well in the context of mental health issues. So if anxiety is a key feature of the person's issues in terms of looking at some of the issues in the context of COVID. Okay, go on 2 slides, Stephen or Connor. You're really going to love me here. So just before I go on to the key takeaways in terms of reasonable adjustment duty, in terms of, because we all know from the DDA in terms in Northern Ireland, direct discrimination is going to be often very difficult to prove, but and there is no indirect disability discrimination in Northern Ireland, although there is in GB. So do be careful when you're reading cases that come from GB, or discrimination arising from a disability, which is also relevant in GB, but is not relevant and is often used in dismissal cases in GB. So they're not relevant here because the legislation is not the same, as the Equality Act addressed a lot of those issues in 2010, but the DDA was not reviewed in Northern Ireland. The second question I was asked was calls on governments to recognise COVID-19 as a disability, and the TUC has recommended this as a way going forward. I suppose the difficulty is that how long COVID affects people is going to be different on a case-by-case basis. The expectation that an employer will treat an individual with respect in terms of return to work, with an ongoing review, without having a proper diagnosis or prognosis. So one of the key issues that came out of the previous case that I was talking about, Matthews and Razor's Edge, was the medical reports didn't come through until after. So crucial part of all discrimination in terms of definition issues is, what did the person have the disability at the actual time of the detriment, at the dismissal, or at other aspects of the failure to make reasonable adjustments. So what I really want to say is, in terms of the ECNI policy recommendation, is the removal of the list of capacities: mobility, manual dexterity, physical coordination, continence, ability to lift, carry or move ordinary subjects, speech, hearing and eyesight, memory or ability to concentrate, ability to learn and understand risk of physical danger, and the two changes that came in 2010, which covered autism, were taking part in normal social interactions, forming social relationships. I suppose the key aspect of in terms of COVID being covered under the Disability Discrimination Act as a separate standalone issue is, there would be an argument from a lot of other organisations in terms of other disabilities which have been substantially affected but are not listed in the definition of a disability under the DDA or the Equality Act. So there is crucially that issue. And also, we're still at the early days of coming to terms with what exactly the impact of long COVID is. But for you as trade union reps, I suppose the crucial aspect of the definition issues is to look at the cumulative effects, not just in terms of how does that affect a person on a day-to-day basis. And that can include the world of work as well, because this Chasson Navas case, which is a European court case, but also bear in mind in the context of COVID, is we don't know the long-term impacts. We have some idea of some of the issues, and I'm not taking away from what Sharon has just outlined in with such bravery this morning. It's just about the context of whether, prevalence is going to be exactly the same, and each case will turn on its own facts, as you all know from tribunal situations. You could see that in the first case, there was an understanding and a look at the TUC report. The second case, although the individual on the balance of probabilities, the tribunal chair came down on the fact, even though there was quite substantial medical evidence of her being hospitalized, she found it harder, I think, to prove that she met the definition of a disability. So in terms of your key takeaways, in terms of you as tribunal reps pushing forward that the importance of reasonable adjustment duty, and you all know that unless an employer has knowledge or imputed knowledge, they don't have to activate the reasonable adjustment duty. But good practice in the context of COVID would be looking at that phased return to work, adjusting working hours, looking at working from home and hybrid working, if that's possible, depending on the role, access to occupational health, and by no means to underestimate the mental health issues, ensuring the employee assistance programs are available, adjusting policies such as performance to consider how brain fog would impact on individuals, possibly adjusting triggers on sick absence and flexibility over last minute absences because of fluctuating condition of COVID. This is not an exhaustive list. It's not one size fits all, as you're only too well aware in the context of disability discrimination. But I hope I've given you a quick overview of some of the issues you need to consider going forward. And I have to say thank you very much to NIPSA for inviting the Equality Commission here this morning, and also in the context of working in partnership with us on a number of issues over the years, and really appreciate that. And thanks, Sharon, for really learning so much. And I'm going to hand you back to John. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. That was very comprehensive. Yes, very informative, and very useful information there for our health and safety reps. I should have said that anyone that's experiencing difficulty reading the slides, there's 3 wee dots above that frame. If you click on that, you can pin that and it will come up as a full view, and then you can unpin it then to go back to gallery view or speaker view, whichever your preference is. There'll be an opportunity to ask the panelists questions following the delivery of the presentation. So I'm going to move on now to Alec Bunton. Alec is the current Group Director of Inspire's Mental Health and Addiction Services. Alec has managed mental health and addiction support services for over 17 years across Northern Ireland, working primarily in communities impacted by trauma, conflict, and significant health inequalities. Alec has worked extensively in developing approaches to support the recovery of people, in particular those impacted by poor mental health and addiction. Alec is a strong advocate for person-centered care and challenges some approaches which look to label, stigmatise and create barriers for people to access the support and treatment they need. So over to you, Alec. You're very welcome.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks for inviting me again to this year's conference. Just want you can see the presentation, okay? Yeah. I'd just like to start by thanking Sharon. It's very difficult, I know, to come and speak to a screen full of strangers, not even a room full of strangers, in relation to your own health and well-being. And you have to be commended for coming up forward today and giving us some insight into what it's like to live with long COVID. I think my brief today was to talk about how we could support members, or how we could direct you towards helping support members. And obviously, as one of the biggest providers of EAP services across the island, obviously we would be pointing people in some of that direction. But also there are other things we could we hope to put forward today in relation to support. Just to give some context, some of the things that we're seeing in terms of the mental health and well-being of individuals that come forward is a significant impact of COVID, and in particular the symptoms that we're seeing in terms of long COVID, against a backdrop of organizations, workplaces that in some ways have a fade in compassion and in reality aligned with increased needs in terms of their staffing. So that there are challenges there for employees, employers to navigate moving forward of that, there's no doubt. And I suppose everything that we are asking for is a compassionate approach to everything that we do in terms of trying to address the aftermath of COVID, and as we continue to live through COVID in the months and years ahead. And it also is to acknowledge that it isn't just the individual who we potentially represent or we support that's impacted by this, but as Sharon was able to demonstrate, the impact on people's family and friends and the wider impact that can have to people like Sharon who were in current roles prior to COVID, and all those other external factors that exist in people's lives that need to be considered also. Many of us have many spinning plates all the time, and it's about having some compassionate approaches around that. Just to, if we go forward 2 slides, please. I did have a little video in there, but Sharon has already covered all of that in terms of trying to demonstrate the impact to individuals. When we talk about providing some context, 5.5% of people will develop life-changing chronic illness, which is huge. Others will experience other long-lasting symptoms. Again, articulated well by Sharon in terms of that shortness of breath, fatigue, fever, headaches, brain fog is something that's commonly brought up. People accessing our services, and other neurological problems. 2.9 million people of working age had experienced persistent COVID-19 symptoms for more than 12 weeks. Again, demonstrating not just the short-term impact of COVID and the impact of having picked up the disease, but as we move forward, obviously the long-term impact that we're still being felt by many today. Universities in Southampton and Portsmouth have estimated that around 80,000 people in the UK have permanently left employment, against a backdrop, again, as we see a greater need for resources. Our recruitment and retention issues are huge across the UK, and we have a huge amount of work to do to collectively work with that. But what we can't do is put pressure on people who aren't ready to come back to work, who are struggling in the aftermath of COVID and who have long COVID. Some of the issues we'd see in our counselling services certainly would demonstrate that people are struggling mentally and physically from the long-term effects. To give you some insight into the mental health concerns that we have, about 350,000 people are estimated in terms of a mental health surge over the next number of years, accessing help and support because of what they've come through and what they've witnessed during the pandemic, and that's just in Northern Ireland. And the backdrop to that is that we have significant waiting lists and waiting times for our mental health services. So it is crucial that we start and evolve and develop internal system processes and lean maybe on some of those other things like our EAPs and occupational health services for support. Next slide, please. A lot of this ground has been covered, but the background data is interesting. I suppose someone who has fought hard for issues around poverty and health inequalities in general, there is no doubt that people living in socially deprived areas, people living already with disabilities or health conditions will be disproportionately impacted by long COVID. And also we need to acknowledge those who work in health and social care front-facing settings in terms of their jobs were exposed to more risk, and indeed carried higher risk of picking up some of the issues that we're now seeing. So we need to, again, understand how we can support people and direct some resources towards people who are coming from high-risk areas. In terms of common symptoms, we've been through quite a lot. I suppose the biggest thing for me in terms of this is that it's hugely important that we support the recovery and well-being of staff, taking into consideration all of the issues that are coming forward, and in particular from my own background, the mental health of our staff is hugely important in how they readjust and how they settle back in again. And it isn't just good enough that we expect people just to click back into workplaces when they're coming back with the burden of so much caused by COVID and long COVID. So we have a huge amount of work to do collectively to see how we can support the physical and mental health needs moving forward. Next slide, please. The key areas I've noted to help and support people, and I suppose I broke them up into two areas. Organisationally and policy-wise, I think we need to strengthen the equality legislation. I do understand that, as people are put forward towards tribunal, a lot of that's evidence-based decisions. So it is important that organisations are clear, legislators, lawmakers are clear, policymakers are clear around the expectations as we move forward. This is a very fast-moving area in terms of our understanding. There's a lot of research currently being undertaken, looking into the long-term effects, medium and long-term effects of long COVID. And we need to make sure that all of that evidence is being gathered, is directed towards some of the decisions that are being made, both at a policy level, both in terms of the Equality Act, and also organisationally and how we can accommodate people moving forward. We also need to motivate flexible working rights and make sure that any readjustments or adjustments in the workplace are in line with the needs of people and the abilities of people as they come back. And there is a lack of expertise and understanding around long COVID and the impact it's had on many people. Sick pay benefits, again, we've seen sick pay benefits being switched on, switched off in some sectors linked to COVID. And again, there needs to be some review and innovation brought to the table around that, because again, we're constantly working with new and evolved evidence around long COVID. In terms of occupational health, we would like to see long COVID specialists being employed or being developed over the next while, and seeing how we can lean on expertise within the occupational health setting to help inform care plans and integration plans for people returning to work. because we have a whole new set of understanding and knowledge to be guided by. And then guidance for employers from government, and that's to help remove discrimination as much as possible. This is a new problem and it requires a new approach, and we would like to see more information, legislation coming from government to try and help and support people's integration. And then that constantly reviewing of the research and educating ourselves, both from HR departments' perspectives, but also occupational health teams. In terms of the trade unions and how we would like to see them support people, I suppose they could work with employers to review their policies and practices, which they always do, in ensuring that people with long COVID are supported. Negotiate with employers for long COVID to be automatically treated as a disability, so that employers put in place reasonable adjustments. And I know there's a whole issue that Una articulated well there in terms of the challenges that we have with that. But I do think that, you know, trade unions have a real role to play in trying to push forward some of the legislative change that needs to happen and some of the understandings and timeframes that need to be considered. Educate your reps and members with the latest research, so not just leaning on or thinking the company needs to do that, but educating yourselves to make sure that you're up to date with the latest research around long COVID and some of the needs of that. And be curious, you know, ask people who do return what their experiences are, how they have felt their reintroduction to the workplace has impacted on them, and learn and take some research and gather some information around that to see if there's anything organizationally as a trade union you could do better moving forward. And so there's one last thing then is the removal of the narrative and the stigma. I've heard a few people throwing this yuppie flu word around, or the chronic fatigue syndromes, and people being aligned with that, or why don't you just pick yourself up and move on? And we don't have any real insight. The research is new and it is evolving. So it is to make sure that we don't allow a stigma to be attached to long COVID, but somehow it's something that's made up. Okay, next slide, please. Just to give a little bit of context, obviously, a lot of the issues that we're seeing coming through our call centres at the minute for mental health support aren't just around long COVID, but for people with long COVID, you can also understand that this word crisis is being used quite a bit. We have global crisis, with energy crisis, with food crisis, the Ukrainian crisis, a staffing crisis, and a health service crisis. And that is a big challenge for us all moving forward. All of those things evolve and do have an impact on people's mental health. You only have to switch the news on and watch it for a couple of days, and I don't think your mental health would have been in a great place over the past months and years. So it is trying to support and help people evolve and get better work-life balances, understand that they have needs outside of the workplace, and seeing how employers, trade unions and colleagues can support what the needs are of a modern workforce, with all of those things evolving as it sits. Next slide, please. So there's a number of key areas to support wellbeing, and I'll end with this this overview. We need to involve people in meaningful activity. We need to look at stress management. We need to look at exercise. We need to look at how they can support helping others. Key important factors are sleep, and also some of the social connections they have. Other things that are having a major impact on people's mental health has been and is digital wellbeing, and how we're now using Zoom calls to connect people, Teams calls, emails, but it's very intrusive, and workplaces can become very intrusive, particularly if people, for example, are being reintroduced to workplaces, but also they're bringing their workplace home in terms of hybrid working, this new term hybrid working. So that work-life balance is hugely important. And just to point out, in terms of areas of support that you can access, obviously Inspire provide most of the public sector with the employee assistance programs. You do have access to support through your GPs. We have a new program called Advocacy for All, and that provides 2 sessions of advocacy support for anyone who's struggling particularly with their mental health. And they're very much driven towards community navigators, linking people up to local community resources to help with their mental health and their physical health needs. So that's everything for me. I wish you all the very best for your conference, and I'm open to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's it was great to see you here today, and thank you for taking the time out from your work to make the presentation to our conference. We'll have an opportunity for some questions and answers following Janet's presentation. Janet Newsom is the acting chair of UK Hazards Campaign and organiser of UK Hazards Conference and coordinator at Greater Manchester Hazard Centre. Previously worked for UCU on a ULF project and employed as a lecturer in the trade union education at Manchester and Preston colleges. She has been a trade union activist for nearly 40 years, branch officer and workplace representative, and served on the union's executive committee. She has also been a lay member on the employment tribunals in Manchester for 20 years. You're very welcome, Janet, to our conference, and we look forward, as always, to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't seem to be able to put my video on. Oh, no. Okay, so thanks very much for inviting me. It's wonderful to be back with you all again. And I'm so sorry to hear your story, Sharon. And, you know, we've heard stories like yours from thousands, you know, from hundreds of workers. And I want to just say, you know, that bring solidarity greetings from the Greater Manchester Hazard Centre, and I'm chair of the Hazards Campaign as well. And absolutely, you know, solidarity to the brilliant work that Geraldine does, and the Health and Safety Committee here at NIPSA and the team that you work with. We should all have the right to safe and healthy work, not to be harmed, made ill, or to die at work. And we know that over the last 2.5 years, more than 20,000 workers have died from COVID, in addition to the 50,000 who die every year because of work-related incidents and diseases. And we can't forget all those loved ones who died from other diseases and conditions because they simply couldn't get the help and support that they needed treatment in time. The public inquiry opened a couple of weeks ago, and the TUC, who are a core participant in that, actually they had to appeal to get to be a core participant in that because they were rejected initially. But Baroness Hallett, who's the chair of it, said that loss was the word that sums up the pandemic for so many. And the legal representative for the TUC corrected the Baroness and said it was avoidable loss, that was the words that needed to be used. The losses that may have been that could have been avoided if the UK had prepared and more lessons had been learned. Next slide, please. So at the beginning, we expected a precautionary approach to the new disease, and I would challenge Ian Young from his presentation, because in health and safety terms, we talk about precautions. We talk about, you know, if we don't know what the risks are, then we take a precautionary approach to it, and that's what should have happened. It was an infectious disease. We've got risks. Infections risks are established and understood, and we know how to protect people. But we know this government not only weren't prepared, it was a choice not to be prepared. The HSC were not given the lead in workplaces, and it was only for the trade unions and the heroic role that you've played, and record our thanks really to the reps that here for the heroic role that you've played through the pandemic. That's not meant that not more workers have been killed as a result of it. We've got an NHS in crisis, haven't we? And the rich have got richer and the poor have got sick. There's been a disproportionate impact on Black and ethnic minorities and women in certain occupations. And the pandemic didn't cause our occupational health crisis that we have. It exposed it. We had schools, shops, transport, care homes, hospitals not recognised as workplaces, and government guidance undermined health and safety law. At the 19th of March 2020, the government, the classed COVID as no longer classed as a high consequence infectious disease. That decision was made in March, and by April the 11th, 19 health workers were dead. And we've seen massive health PPE failings across different sectors, and it's still continuing in our health and social care, but across lots of sectors. And that lifting of mitigation in workplaces is continuing to cost health, lives and livelihood. Next slide, please. So there are things that we know and things that we know we don't know. We know that COVID's shrouded in misinformation, mistakes and lies, that variants are circulating, mutating and becoming resistant to vaccines. And the more times you're infected, you're more likely to develop long COVID, and it affects any part of your body. It's not just a respiratory disease, but a vascular disease. You can be infectious if you're not symptomatic or tested negative even. And fresh air ventilation dilutes it, air filtration removes it, and at close contact you can still be infected. So that means we need to have all those things in place. The testing, as I said, not 100% reliable. And we know that children have died. So all that talk about children not going to be badly affected by it, impacted by it, children have died, are infected, and heartbreakingly develop long COVID. And the mitigations, well, the control hierarchy approach would help us in our workplaces, would stop the risk or certainly reduce the risk. You know, that proper that John talked about at the beginning, like, you know, that hierarchical approach. You know, do we need to do that work activity? Is there a risk for infection? Do we need to do that work activity? If we don't, then stop it. If we can't, can we do it in a different way? Can we put in proper control, engineering controls like improved ventilation, admin controls, PPE as the last resort? And, you know, the economic implications of COVID are sickness and absence. Lots of us are having to do 2 jobs for the price of 1. There's a massive health service impact on all illnesses. Businesses are closed because of sicknesses. Transports have shut down in lots of cases. And we should never ever forget the Westminster government partied while we are all united to prevent transmissions and protect the vulnerable. And their legacy is of Brexit, personal greed, and the privatisation of the NHS. They've put profit before people's lives. Next slide, please. So this just shows the sort of age range, and we've seen that before. You know, there's a massive problem with long COVID in the working age group. Next slide, please. In the Northwest, here in the Northwest England, we've been working together with different trade unions to try and put together a charter. And it's not just the same charters that we see in lots of unions have done some really fantastic work. But what we wanted to do was to sort of share knowledge amongst us about how employers were dealing with it and how the HSE was responding and what was working. And our aim is to put pressure really on employers, because we're seeing even health workers being disciplined and sacked for long COVID related illness, for disabilities. And so we wanted to try and see what we could do to put pressure on them to stop that. And we've developed a number of questions using personal injury sort of questions to try to say to employers, you can't just get away with dismissing people for a disability. You have to take some responsibility if they've developed COVID in the workplace. And it's about sort of gathering that evidence together and then challenging our employers. So we need to maintain mitigations. We need to support people with long COVID. We need to support people with other disabilities and illnesses which could be impacted by COVID. We need to control the infection risks. We need to educate workers on all things COVID. The government are irrationally ignoring COVID now. And people need to understand how it's transmitted and what controls need to be put in place. Next slide, please. And on March the 11th last year, we held a memorial service, because that was the anniversary of when COVID was declared a pandemic, for families of workers who died because of COVID. And we're trying to get that recognised as a day. But it's also about giving advice to bereaved families, giving advice to colleagues and reps who've had to deal with bereavement, and sort of practical help and support, and sorts of things that we should be telling our members and telling our reps. So we're trying to put together some advice on that, and then also to tell people to get involved in the public inquiry. They need to hear your stories. They should be forced to hear your stories, you know, of how you've helped, how you supported, how you've challenged employers, but also about the stories of long COVID. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide, just to say, how do we organise for safe workplaces? We know as health and safety reps how to organise. It's not just a physical working environment that needs changing, but the way that our work is managed, the workloads that we're seeing, the unrelenting pressures, the inadequate facilities, the under-resourced workplaces that we have. So we need to challenge all that. We absolutely need to make sure that our workplaces are ventilating, so they've got proper ventilation in place, air filtration if there's no proper ventilation. That's something that can be introduced relatively cheaply. So force your employers to do that. Force them to continue with the risk assessments and controlling the risks. Have a look at the scores on the doors and the safety pledge from Independent Sage website. There's some really good initiatives trying to force employers and anywhere you go to control those risks. We absolutely have to demand that our health and safety executive enforces the mitigations that are necessary to protect us. And, you know, finally say, no one's coming to save us. As the Hazards magazine said in the last edition, no one's coming to save us. We need to organise, to educate and to act. We need to remember our dead. We need to mind our government and the authorities that they're responsible for these actions, for their actions, and we need to fight like hell for the living. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. The messages are coming through very clear and strong, you know, in terms of COVID. And indeed, we have had the presentation there from Sharon, just from one individual, how COVID has impacted their life and their family and work. So we need to be very clear on how we react to looking after our colleagues and protecting them and looking after them even when they do fall ill, and making sure that their employer treats them fairly. I'm just going to check here now and see if there's any questions for the panel before we break for lunch. I have a question here from Paul. I'm not sure who could answer this question. COVID has been removed as a self-certification for sick leave. How is long COVID being dealt with by the Northern Ireland Civil Service? I'm not sure if that's one for the panel.
Sure, I think that is one that we could raise with the civil service side of NIPSA. I don't think any panel members would be able to answer that specific question, but we will follow it up with the appropriate officials on the civil service side and get back to Paul.
Are any of the attendees, you know, have any questions for the panel? No, I don't see any further questions coming through. Just to alert the attendees that we will, the ballot has now closed, and that we will be taking a lunch break. And if everybody comes back for 2 o'clock, well, we'll resume the rest of the conference.
John, can I just say, wish you the best for the rest of your conference? I'm afraid I have to go on and do another webinar. So just wish you all the best, and thank you for inviting the Equality Commission.
Thank you, and I'm sure you may get some queries from some individuals after your presentation there. I'm sure there's probably quite a few workplace concerns, particularly if staff are off for a year and more. Obviously, employers will be concerned, and the employees, of course, will be very concerned that they remain in employment and that they're not going to be lose that employment. So, and of course, getting well is also important to people. So, we'll see questions and answers. Okay. No, it's just some questions coming in there for ourselves as committee members. So can I thank you again, Alec and Una and Janet, for taking the time out to spend with us today. It's been very informative, and we will endeavour to put best use the information back through your committee and back through to our individual health and safety members. And we've learned quite a bit today. So thank you very much, and we'll break for lunch now. Thank you. The afternoon session of conference will begin now. Can I welcome everyone back from from the lunch break? I'm going to hand over to Marty McKee. Marty will be chairing the afternoon session, and following that, I'll call on Geraldine Alexander to make an announcement on the result of the Health and Safety Committee election, and then the President will close conference, possibly around 3:30. So without any further delays, Marty, if you're available there to start off the second panel debate. Thank you.
Thanks so much, John. John says, I'm chairing this second panel on its own, the cost of living crisis and the impact it has on members' health and wellbeing. Again, as in this morning, there'll be a chance to ask questions. We use the Q&A facility, but I'd be grateful if you could wait till all the speakers have spoken before there. Unfortunately, I'm having connection issues, so I can't get my camera to work. So without further ado, I want to introduce Paul McFlynn, co-director of Navan Economic Research Institute. Paul is based in its Belfast office and has co-responsibility for NARU's research programme and for strategic direction. He also leads on the NARU's analysis of the Northern Ireland economy, along with all research into the impact of the United Kingdom's departure from the European Union. Other research areas include regional productivity, the oil-led economy, and the future work. Over to you.
Hi, can everyone hear me all right? And hopefully the slides look like they're up there. So thanks very much for having me to come along to speak today. Obviously the topic I have to speak on is very much current and in the news at the moment. And unfortunately the news isn't very good. I thought what I'd do with the presentation today is just go through some of the latest figures, just to contextualize where we are at the moment with the cost of living crisis, and then just tie it into the conference at the end, and hopefully gear it up for the other presentations as well. So if I just go to the next slide. Wonderful. So I think just when we talk about the crisis we're in, framing is very important, and I think cost of living is the correct term to use. I think talking about it as an inflation crisis, I think distracts from not only what the causes of this crisis have been, but also what ultimately will be the solution. So when we say a cost of living crisis, it's wider now, but it has begun with energy, and that has been the biggest impact. And in the economy that we currently live in, nobody can survive without energy. And so when the cost of that increases dramatically, that is literally a living crisis. It's not something more abstract than that. In terms of overall inflation, we were seeing inflation increase as we came out of the restrictions that were related to the COVID pandemic. but the scale of the increase that we have seen is attributable to what has happened to the energy markets since the conflict in Ukraine. So and to say anyone suggesting that it was loose or too much money being pumped into the economy over COVID is incorrect as well. The scale of what we have seen is tied to the energy crisis, and there is no domestic policy decisions that could have been taken in the short term to avoid that. But I think it's worth looking at inflation over the slightly longer term as well. So if we just go to the next slide. We can see here just the Republic of Ireland is the blue bars there, and the green bars is the UK, obviously including Northern Ireland. And this is just the rate of inflation we've seen over the last number of years before sort of coming into this crisis, coming from 2016. So the thing to be said is that we have had inflation over these last number of years. It has been in around the 2% average over those years. The reason that the UK has had significantly higher inflation than the Republic of Ireland over the last number of years is the significant depreciation of sterling after 2016, after the Brexit referendum. When the value of your currency drops significantly, as we've seen quite recently, this adds to inflation as the cost of goods that you import from outside become more expensive. So the two things to pick up on there, the UK has, and Northern Ireland within it has had not insignificant inflation over the last number of years, and that's quite different to what would have been experienced in the Republic of Ireland, but also other European economies as well. We go to the next slide, please. So this is then taking us just into the more monthly figures, sort of from the start of 2019. I think just to show that obviously the experience has been quite different between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland over the last number of years. But as we came in to 2021 and particularly 2022, those have they have moved in sync pretty much over the latter period of 2021 and into 2022. But if you'll notice there, the blue line is the Republic of Ireland, and it's starting to tail off in terms of the rate of inflation. Now, it is two data points don't make a trend, but it certainly is a divergence between the UK and the Republic of Ireland. It's significant. If it were to show up in another month's figures, it would possibly present an issue for what we expect over the longer term. But I think if we go to the next slide and we look at how inflation rates between the two are how they shuffle out between all the different types of goods we use to measure inflation. You can see there the biggest bars in both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland is in the household water, electricity, gas, and other fuels. So you can see there the two are almost equal in what the percentage increase has been over the last 12 months. So in both cases, it is being driven significantly by the increase in energy prices. You can see it there in the cost of transport. That's obviously related to the cost of the different fuels being used there. So it's much the same dynamic, but there are differences. And this is, I think, where we've begun to see the difference between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is still experiencing very high food price inflation. 50% higher than what's been experienced in the Republic of Ireland. That is tied to issues to do with Brexit. There has been a higher food price inflation over that period, but it is significantly affecting the difference between the rates north and south. And as you can see, it shows up in other aspects there, particularly restaurants and hotels, where that's obviously feeding through as well. So, I mean, that's something that's going to have to be monitored as we go forward, because I mean, obviously we can see the energy having the same effect, but the food and the food one is almost as damaging as the energy, because you can't live without energy, you can't live without food. And I think there was figures I would have brought, but they only literally came out this morning, so I couldn't put them into my presentation. But looking at an issue which had been raised about the CPI figures, about the different ranges of food and the increase. So if you take the cost of certain things like pasta has increased dramatically, but the highest increase has been for the lowest priced products, and that has a significantly more damaging effect on lower income households and households which tend to have that in the lower priced products in their basket of goods. So when we look at all these figures, these are averages, and averages always conceal very differing experiences at both the top and the bottom. But if we could go to the next slide, please. I think this is something that we have to bear in mind, particularly because when I was saying at the previous chart there that it looked like the Republic of Ireland was beginning to turn the corner on inflation. We have to be very careful about what that means, because inflation is a measure of speed. It's a measure of the speed at which prices are increasing. If inflation stops, it doesn't mean the crisis is finished or we're back to where we started. It means that we have gone a certain distance, and prices have increased and they have just stopped increasing. But as these monthly figures come in for inflation, all the time we are building price increase on top of price increase. And that in a couple of months' time, it's quite likely that inflation will stop increasing, because we compare it to 12 months before. And if we're 12 months on from the onset of the crisis, you're comparing the top of a mountain with just the other end of the peak of the mountain, but nothing has gotten better. And I think if we go to the next slide, this is to say that there's a difference between the rate of inflation and the price level. The next slide, please. Wonderful. So this is just saying that obviously we get all these rates of inflation, and they can go up, and then start to go on the turn again. But the price level is what you should focus on, because that's what's affecting family incomes and household budgets. So if we actually go to the next slide again, please. We often present inflation figures comparing this month with what we had 12 months ago. And sometimes that it is telling you a measure of something, but it's not telling you what's happening within the short-term dynamics. So you can also look at inflation comparing this month's prices with what last month's prices were. And that tends to tell you, it's a bit more of a real time what's happening, with the economy as it is. So you can see there the 2.5% increase is what happened in April 2022. So just after it all kicked off in Ukraine and energy prices went through the roof. That's the big one. Now that is, if you look at the annual figures, that's what's putting in the biggest contribution. But as you can see, all the monthly increases after that look an awful lot smaller. And if you were to look at that, you'd say, oh, things went terrible in April, but everything went grand afterwards. And if we go to the next slide, if you put the two together, the next slide, please. Wonderful. You put the two together, you can see here that while the monthly inflation starts to fall after April, becomes smaller after April 2022, the price level, which is the line, still keeps going up. And that's what we need to fixate on, because the biggest problem that we face is that even if we do start to get things under control, we've traveled a great distance in a very short period of time, and we have opened up an enormous gap between what family incomes are, whether they are fixed incomes based on benefits, or whether they are wage income coming from earnings. We have, as we've gone up on the scale of the price level, we have built this gap between incomes and what the price level is, and that doesn't tend to close by itself. So that's why when there was a debate, I mean, who knows where things are going to settle in Westminster at the moment, but the idea of not operating benefits in line with inflation, that's permanent. That gap never goes away. And the same thing is true for wages. They have to catch up eventually, or, I mean, it's obviously bad for the families and households affected. It's bad for the economy, though, as well. We start to lose spending in our economy, and it's ultimately a self-defeating process. And if we just look at the next slide, please, to look at wages. When wages are reported, we normally get the nominal figure, and that just means how much average wages in the economy increase in cash terms year to year. But obviously, your wages, you see them in cash terms, but you feel them in terms of what they can actually buy you in the economy. So in that sense, real wages is what we always want to bring the focus to. And while inflation has been at 2% or there and abouts, we haven't, back before 2016, when it was even more benign in the UK and Northern Ireland, nominal wages tended to turn into, nominal wage increases tend to turn into a real wage increase. But as you can see, over the last 10 years, we have had periods of time where nominal wages have been outpaced by inflation, and every one of those has to be made up in a nominal wage increase in subsequent years in order to keep pace. You can see actually in 1 year, back in 2013, 2014, we actually had the cash amount of the average wage actually decrease. But in all the other circumstances, we had nominal wages that were just simply outpaced by inflation. And if we go to the next slide, please. This is just bringing it to how far where we are this year in terms of the wage increases, nominal wage increases we've seen so far. So the green bar there, this is like the mean and the median. So it's two different measures of the average. Very briefly, the mean wage is what everyone thinks when they think of the average. Take everybody's wages, add them all up together, and divide it by the total amount of people. That's grand, but sometimes you end up getting a figure for a wage which nobody earns, and it doesn't really have any traction with people. The median wage is when you get all the people, line them up together, from the person who gets paid the most to the person who gets paid the least, pick the person in the middle. That's the median wage. It's one we tend to report more often. But what you can see here is on both of these measures, whether it's 4.4% or 3.7%, which is what we think the average is running at so far this year. Given what inflation is running at so far this year, we're going to look at a significant real terms cut in wages, unless somebody does something. And so wages, obviously a significant concern of mine in terms of our research. But I think if we go to the next slide, there is a bigger danger as well, because when we talk about real and nominal increases as well, it also applies to government expenditure. And this is significant because we do have a situation where obviously inflation affects how much it costs to provide government services as much as it does to cost to provide for your family. So nominal increases, so simply increasing the amount of public expenditure, say like the block grant for Northern Ireland, you can increase it in cash terms coming into this year and next year, unless it is matching the rate of inflation that we are experiencing at that time. It is a real terms decrease in public expenditure, and it has been used in the past. We had it when we had, particularly in the austerity program from 2010 onwards, where we had cash increases sometimes in the Northern Ireland block grant, but which were real terms increases on arrival here. So like we were saying with benefits and fixed incomes, unless we match the rate of inflation, we are going to have austerity by stealth. And it's because the figures for inflation are so dramatic these days, it's actually easier to hide the cuts within that. So if we just go, and this is my last slide, hopefully. Yes. So in terms of how this impacts on health and well-being, obviously the first implication is poverty, and we are looking at a significant increase in the rate of poverty, even with the supports that have been announced to date, whether it's in terms of top-up payments for benefit households, or the energy support package. The scale of what we're looking at here is just too significant. Wider than that, even for people who maybe aren't as deeply affected, the mental health implications of having to deal with such a constraint on household expenditure are clear. But I think for me one of the biggest issues is the indirect, the longer term implications of possibly entering into another period of austerity. I think one of the most significant things we've seen since COVID is a lot of people exiting the workforce due to long-term health issues, and very much an increase in what they term as economic inactivity, people not participating in the labour market, and people starting to draw a connection between backlogs in the NHS and people not being able to fully participate in the workforce. And if we don't see investment in the NHS, if we don't see significant action being taken around issues like waiting list, it's not only just bad for that as a service, it does have the potential to further undermine the economy the economy and the ability of people to take part in it. And I think that's something that we won't see an impact of straight away, but I think it's something we need to be alert to now before it actually becomes a problem. But with that, I'll say thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Paul, for your presentation. It certainly gives us a lot of food for thought on how it impacts upon the less well-off and more members. So And I have the pleasure of welcoming Siobhan Harding from the Women's Support Network. Siobhan joined the Women's Support Network in August 2018 as a policy and research officer. She is responsible for the drafting of research papers and consultation responses on issues that impact upon women on behalf of the Women's Regional Consortium in Northern Ireland. Most recently, this has included papers on the impact of austerity and welfare reform on women, debt on women, and the impact of universal credit on women. Siobhan is a member of the Women's Policy Group, which is a platform for women working in policy and advocacy roles in different organisations to share their work and speak with a collective voice on key issues. She's also a member of the Northern Ireland Women's Budget Group and the working group in the Cliff Edge Coalition, which is a campaign to extend and strengthen the mitigations package for Northern Ireland. Over to you, Siobhan.
Thanks very much, Marty. And I see my presentation coming up there. I'll just wait a wee second till it's up. That's great. Thank you. So yes, hello everybody, and thanks very much to Paul for setting the background about what I'm going to speak about and context really. As Marty was saying there, I work for the Women's Support Network, and part of my job is to carry out research with women on the issues that impact on their lives. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the latest research we have on women living with debt. And I'm going to speak specifically about the impact of the cost of living crisis and the impacts of both debt and cost of living pressures on women's mental health and well-being. And throughout my presentation, I'm going to break it up with some quotes from the women who took part in the research. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you know, and Paul has outlined there, that inflation is running around 10.1% at the minute. And Paul alluded to some figures that came out today from the Office of National Statistics, which show that overall food price inflation for the lowest priced items has increased by 17% in a year. So some of those most basic items have seen increases of over 40%. So pasta, for example, has risen by 60%, vegetable oil 65%, bread 38%, tea 46%, and milk at 29%. So it's not just about the current rate of inflation; it's the cost of the food and things which have gone up even more. And we saw research from the Institute for Fiscal Studies, which states that inflation is even higher for poor households, primarily because they spend most of their household budgets on energy. So they're facing even greater inflation rates. And we also know that economic crises tend to hit women harder, and this one is no different. And this is because women are more likely to live in poverty over their lifetimes. They're also more likely to be in receipt of social security benefits and in low-paid, precarious work. Women have lower levels of savings than men, and caring responsibilities mean that they're less able to work sometimes or to increase their hours of work in response to these crises. And we often hear of women being described as the shock absorbers of poverty in the home. So women go without food, heat, and clothes to protect their children from poverty. And research has found that single parents are by far the most likely of any family type to be struggling with poverty, and most single parents are women. Next slide, please. So this is the first of the quotes from from one of the women who took part in our research. And this quote really illustrates the decisions women are forced into making between eating and heating, and how that limits their lives. It shows how women act as the shock absorbers of poverty, and we heard this time and time again in our research. But this type of poverty goes on behind closed doors and very often is unseen. As this woman says, I've made dinner sometimes and there hasn't been enough for everyone. So I've lied and said it's all right, I've eaten, so that I can try and make it stretch. Next slide, please. So there are significant links between poverty, debt and mental health issues, with research showing that 1 in 2 adults with debts has a mental health problem. So poor mental health can be both a cause and a symptom of debt problems. Research by the Health Foundation shows that 20% of people who are in problem debt report bad or very bad health, compared with 7% who are not in problem debt. And we also saw research from the Trussell Trust, which shows that the population of people referred to food banks in their network during the pandemic saw an increase in the proportion of people reporting mental health problems. We also see Financial Conduct Authority COVID survey data, which looks at anxiety levels by gender, and it shows that levels of stress due to negative changes in financial situation were higher among women compared to men. So that's 22% compared with 19%. But the figures were generally higher on all measures for women. Next slide, please. So many of the women we spoke to reported feeling stressed and anxious about money. And this quote shows the real constancy of this problem, never being able to get away from money worries, and that this took a real toll on their lives, their health and well-being, and their relationships with others in the house. It was evident that real mental stress that comes with money worries. As this woman says, it's horrible to always be worrying about money. Next slide, please. So this slide covers the main findings from the Women Living with Debt research, which I'll just take you through briefly. So the research found that 51% of the women we spoke to had used high cost credit, with 6% borrowing through illegal lending, and that included some who were borrowing through paramilitary lending. 32% of the women had borrowed through friends and family and were concerned about how that figure might be impacted by the cost of living crisis, as many of those that the women borrowed from were also on low incomes, and their budgets will now also be stretched. And worryingly, 60% of the women were struggling with their debt repayments or finding it difficult or missing repayments, which is another cause for concern in this cost of living crisis, now that they have even less money to make repayments on their debts. 60% of the women reported that their debts had been impacted by rising food and energy costs, showing the real impact of the price rises for the most essential items. And this is concerning because this research was even before some of the most recent price hikes that have been announced. We also found that 72% of the women felt negatively impacted by being in debt, and that was mostly around mental health and well-being. And sadly, around 47% felt that reported that they felt their children were negatively impacted by their debts. And next slide, please. So this code again shows the constancy of debt and money worries and the mental stress it causes. As this woman describes it, debt is always there. It's like a mental fatigue. So it's not just, for many, it's not just about current bills for that month. It's just that constant worry about, you know, things coming up in the future and planning for things like birthdays and Christmas, and all those things that are real life, but that people are worrying about all the time. Next slide, please. So this slide is really just summarising the findings from the focus group sessions that we had with women. So it was clear from those discussions that living on social security benefits often didn't provide enough income to afford the essentials and meet their basic household bills. And this drove many women to debt just in order to make ends meet. The impact of the increases in the cost of living are putting further strain on the ability of the social security system to meet basic household expenditure. And then, as I said before, in terms of women acting as the shock absorbers of poverty in the home, we saw many examples of women going without themselves. whether that's going without dinners or going without clothes or other things. And they discussed the very negative feelings they had about not being able to provide for their children and how difficult it is for them not to be able to give their children what others have. We also saw rising electricity, heating and food bills, putting household budgets under severe financial strain, with many having to make difficult decisions over paying their bills or going without. So that struggle between heating and eating was very well represented in this research. And then in terms of mental health, most of the women reported that the level of debt and money worries they were living with had impacted negatively on their mental health, causing stress, anxiety, impacting on their sleep and quality of life. That constant weight of debt and worrying about money never went away, and many felt they had little chance to escape their debt situation. And then in terms of, it was clear that living with debt and money worries meant they missed out on living their life to their full potential, and their children also frequently missed out on activities and opportunities because of a lack of money. So this lack of money and debt impacted on their ability to have a social life, to afford small treats, to take part in activities and to learn new skills. And it was clear the guilt that comes along with this for these women, particularly when it comes to limiting what their children can be involved in, and the stress and anxiety around that. Next slide, please. As this woman says, there's nothing to lift the stress. So that constant worry about putting food on the table, heating the home and providing for children has undoubted impacts for mental health. As this woman says, I just go to my work and come home, and that's all there is. Next slide, please. So on the basis of this research, the Women's Regional Consortium has made a number of recommendations, including the need for greater access to affordable credit for low-income families as a way of reducing reliance on high-cost lending and avoiding problem debt, particularly for more essential items. But we also want to see investment in the social security system to ensure that benefits meet the actual cost of essentials. So that includes raising social security benefits by the actual rate of inflation, doing things like reinstating the £20 uplift to universal credit, ending the universal credit 5-week wait and the 2-child limit, and pausing government debt deductions from benefits, which are severely reducing the amount of social security benefits that people are receiving. We also support a number of recommendations from the Money and Mental Health Policy Institute around help for debts for people with mental health issues. So we'd like to see GPs, A&E departments and community mental health services routinely asking people receiving treatment for mental health problems about their finances and providing clear signposting pathways for those who need this help. We also want to see banks, energy companies and other essential providers proactively identifying customers who might be struggling and improving the service they offer. For example, developing better processes for referring people to debt advice, offering realistic repayment plans, freezing interest and charges, and reviewing decisions on debt collection for those that have mental health problems. Next slide, please. So this quote shows how the impact of having no money limits women's lives and experiences. They feel like they can't take part in even small things the rest of us take for granted, like going for coffee with somebody. This gives these women no opportunity to lift the stress of their situation, with resulting impacts on their well-being, mental health and relationships. Next slide, please. And this is, I'm just going to leave you with this quote, and this is the last slide I have. And it just shows how money and debt worries impact on women, how they often shoulder the burden of these in the home, coupled with the need to keep going to provide for their children and families. So as this woman said, if I fell apart, the whole house would fall apart. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Siobhan, it's stark to hear how it impacts upon actual real lives. It's not just theoretical, it's actually impacting upon people's day-to-day lives. So it's written in here there. So and I want to introduce Lauren Houston, works for Action Mental Health. Having gained a National Academic Performance Award and a first-class honours degree in psychology, Lauren's professional pursuits have largely centred on reducing stigma and promoting early intervention for those suffering from mental ill health. Lauren has gained a wealth of experience in the mental health sector, including complex mental health, homelessness, addiction, eating disorders, and therapeutic intervention. She's also taken an active role within the charitable sector and is currently a committee trustee for both the Lawrence Trust and the Eating Disorders Association of Northern Ireland, which aim to increase services and support for those affected by eating disorders. Lauren's current work as a trainer within Action Mental Health centres on reducing stigma and improving mental well-being in Northern Irish workplaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so my name's Lauren Houston. Good afternoon and thank you for having me. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Action Mental Health, we are a charity that works all across Northern Ireland with the overall aim of reducing stigma and increasing support for people affected by mental ill health. Specifically, my work centres around the provision of specialised training to improve mental wellbeing in Northern Irish workplaces. Mental ill health at the minute is the leading cause of work-related absence. Yet with the cost of living continuing to rise, we're seeing an increased amount of Northern Irish workplaces which are simply not equipped to deal with the increased mental health challenges that this will bring. Siobhan did a fantastic job of discussing the impact of the cost of living crisis on women specifically, with women definitely seeing the most significant impact of this crisis on mental health. I want to carry on this conversation and broaden it out to mental health as a whole, but also mental health within our Northern Irish employees. It's really easy when we think about mental health to just think that it's something that won't affect us in our industries, in our roles, or within our workplaces, but that actually couldn't be further from the truth. So I want to start off just by setting the scene, contextualizing what I'm going to be talking about, looking at what actually is mental health. And how can we go from someone who is quite well and manages life very well to the impact of the cost of living crisis and how unwell that can make people. The next slide, please. Brilliant, thank you so much. So when I have conversations about mental health, a lot of the time the topics that come up are significant topics such as depression, anxiety, suicide, OCD, eating disorders, bipolar disorder. And those are a really important part of the picture that we're looking at today. But if I were to ask the question, what is physical health? It's unlikely that you would tell me that physical health is a headache or that it's a broken arm. Instead, you might tell me about how you feel, or it's about the things that you do to prevent yourself from becoming physically unwell. And that's the same way that I like to look at mental health. It's something that we all have. It's something that we all have to be mindful of in order to stay well. It's much more complex than simply categorizing ourselves into being well or unwell. Instead, it's more of a spectrum. It's something that we can all move up and down. And some of us might move the whole way through that spectrum, right from the bottom at healthy all the way through to unwell. And for other people, they might spend a more significant amount of time in that healthy or coping zone, or a long period of their lives in that struggling and unwell zone. But what does that look like in practice? So perhaps you're a relatively healthy person, you've not got a lot of stressors in your life, and you move through day-to-day emotions, whether those are frustration, tiredness, sadness, joy, anxiety. But overall, you're feeling pretty good. Those negative emotions are transient. Then something might come up which moves you along the spectrum. Perhaps you start to find it a bit harder to make ends meet. Whilst you were able to budget for your daily living expenses with minimal stress beforehand, you now find that with energy bills increasing, you don't know how you're going to be able to make ends meet. This financial stress may then start to have an impact on other aspects of your life, whether that be that you're taking your frustrations out in your relationship, you're having to cut down on childcare to make ends meet, or you're simply struggling to focus at work and your performance drops. Whilst you previously found yourself in a place where you were in a really healthy place, These additional stressors have placed you in a situation where you're having to consciously work to cope. Now, at this stage, some people may be able to put in place coping strategies, the things that they know work for them to keep them well. That could be as simple as a wellness tool like mindfulness or meditation. It could be something more practical, like being able to reach out to family members to provide free childcare if that's an option. Or it may be something really simple like meeting with a friend who will be able to talk to you about your kind of emotional challenges. But not everybody has that access to support, and not everybody has those mental resources. So there are times where, through no fault of that person's own, they find themselves in a place where things get worse and they begin to struggle. And that struggling zone will look so different for everyone. For some people, it might be experiencing low mood, high anxiety, or struggling to cope. Whilst for others, that might manifest in risk-taking behaviour, absenteeism, or conflict. But it's at this stage in the spectrum that we want to take proactive action. We want to reach out to practitioners and professionals, because the longer that we stay struggling, the greater the risk is that we start to struggle with a mental illness. So we're going to look at what that looks like. Next slide, please. So we know that mental health is something that we all have. It's something that we all have to take steps to look after. But in order to understand the extent of the problem, I want us to take a quick look at how mental health impacts Northern Ireland. Are we able to just load all of those statistics up onto the screen at the one time for me? Brilliant, thank you so much. So starting off, we can see that 1 in 4 adults will be diagnosed with mental health problem in their lifetime. This means that in any room or in any workplace that you walk into, about a quarter of people there will be struggling with their mental health. Now, what's notable is that this is 25% higher than the prevalence rate in England. Northern Ireland also has the highest rate of suicide in the UK and the highest antidepressant prescription rate in the world. And there might be a few different reasons for this. It might be our socio-political climate. We also seem to have this silver bullet mentality where we're trying to fix very complex problems with fast solutions. But what's really notable is that whilst our prevalence rate is higher than England, Northern Ireland spends half as much of its health budget on mental health. So Northern Ireland currently spends 6% of its health budget on mental health, whereas England spends 12% and the World Health Organization recommends spending at least 13%. It's therefore not surprising that mental health continues to be the leading cause of work-related absence, with 59% of long-term absences accounted for by mental illness, and the average mental health absence approximating about 43.1 days. So what I want to point out at this stage is that the statistics that I've just discussed were collated in 2020. As a result, they don't take into account the significant impact of COVID-19 and more recently, the cost of living crisis. But with the cost of living crisis continuing to escalate, we can be very confident that mental health will decrease and mental ill health will increase in the coming year. Specifically, what we're seeing is that 96% of employees are citing notably higher living costs, with 76% already saying that their mental health has started to deteriorate as a result of that. And 1 in 5 Northern Irish employees are stating that they don't feel able to cope with their mental health as a result of the cost of living crisis. There is an undeniable link between mental health and money, and there's several explanations for this. Some of them may seem blaringly obvious, others more subtle. So starting with the more obvious, financial stress is enormously taxing on our resilience. It can cause huge levels of anxiety when you don't know how you're going to make ends meet, or you have to make the really heartbreaking decision between heating and eating. An increasing amount of people are finding that their incomes no longer cover their cost of living, which often leads to going without, borrowing money, often at high interest rates, or gambling to make ends meet. And this understandably causes levels of stress, anxiety, and depression to increase, with many people feeling as if they somehow failed themselves or failed their families as a result. But when we look beneath the surface, we also want to consider that many people with mental health problems are unable to work full time. And as a result of that, they're relying on benefits or personal independence payment to help with the cost of living. But As has already been pointed out, these payments have not increased in alignment with the recent cost of living increases. In addition, many people with mental health problems are triggered or exacerbated by feelings of uncertainty. And at the minute, the media is consistently publicising the cost of living crisis, but it's not publicising a clear solution, which understandably can lead to uncontrolled moods, panic attacks, and spiking control-seeking behaviours, such as disordered eating or addiction. And then lastly, with more people inevitably struggling with mental health as a result of their financial stresses, yet no additional services in place to deal with these issues, those seeking help and support are often left with no choice but to endure horrifically long waiting times, during which their risk levels escalate exponentially, and it essentially causes huge amounts of harm. So we can't ignore that our financial climate is having a huge impact on the mental health of our population, and more specifically our workplaces in Northern Ireland. And I want to pose the final question of what we actually need to do about that. Next slide, please. So the impact is very evident, and as with many things, prevention is better than cure when it comes to managing the escalation in mental ill health as a result of the cost of living crisis. At the minute, Action Mental Health is aiming to minimise this impact within Northern Irish workplaces by intervening early and equipping employees and senior management with effective tools to manage mental health. So what we do is we offer a wide range of training programmes, and these enable organisations to look at topics such as stress awareness, personal resilience, mindful management, and burnout from the ground up. So right from your newest employees all the way up to your CEO. We also work with organisations to develop comprehensive EAPs, which support employees with personal and work-related challenges. What we found through our employee feedback is that employees who attend our workplace training programmes have consistently reported feeling more able to monitor their own mental health, manage stress, de-escalate from crisis, and implement evidence-based workplace wellness tools. Resultantly, the workplaces which engage in our programmes exhibit lower levels of staff sickness, higher staff retention, and greater rates of staff satisfaction. So with the knowledge that prevention is better than cure, we also need to be mindful that this is not a new crisis, and we need to know where do we send people when they do need help. I have always been a big advocate for the fact that your GP is a wealth of knowledge. However, with that being said, getting through to a GP right now is incredibly challenging, and if you're in the midst of a mental health crisis, it can feel almost impossible. Further to that, once you have actually seen your GP as a result of your mental health, the wait for statutory mental health services right now is very high. So whilst I would always recommend that we signpost to a GP, we also want to be proactive in our knowledge of voluntary and charitable services. So in this instance, one of the best things that all employers can do is have a signposting app like Here to Help, which looks at things right the way through from finances and debt, all the way through to bereavement, addiction, and mental health, and will provide information on the support services available in your area. Also being aware that Lifeline, unlike other charities, is fully staffed by fully trained counsellors. So at all hours of the day, there is someone available 24 hours a day to help those with mental health issues. But ultimately what we need is more services for those struggling with mental health, and more accessible care pathways so that the charity and voluntary sector aren't having to plug those gaps. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Lauren. I'm now get the pleasure of introducing Matt Cole, who is the Vice NI's Information Officer, translating policy and legislation for the benefit of clients and frontline advisors across the Independent Advice Network. As part of the policy and information team at Advice NI, Matt liaises regularly with officials from across government to represent the experience of clients, and he collaborates closely with various charities and pressure groups to identify solutions to a variety of social policy problems. And before that, he worked in a number of roles, both within the charitable and public sectors, including frontline immigration and welfare advice, benefit decision making, and communications. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Marty, and hi everybody. Yeah, we've had an enormous amount of information there from the three speakers who preceded me, and I'll do my best not to belabor any of the points where I might sort of repeat things that they have said. What I want to do in this sort of brief opportunity to speak to you is to go through some of the experiences that we've had within the independent advice sector with the cost of living crisis. I'm sure you'd be unsurprised to hear that it's the thing that takes up the vast majority of our time at the moment, particularly in the part of the sector that I work to do with policy. So, you know, what is it that we're seeing? And particularly what I want to emphasize is, you know, what can be done about it? What sorts of supports are already out there, and what kinds of things would we recommend should be happening to try and support people with these problems? So if we could just jump onto the next slide. Okay, so what is the Independent Advice Network? Just to give you a bit of a sense of who Advice NI is and what we do. The main role that we perform is as a membership organisation, umbrella service for a whole host of advice agencies across the province, across Northern Ireland. We provide membership support, training, policy, the area in which I work, communications, things like that, making sure that all of those local advice services are properly supported to be able to deliver the services to their clients at the front line. And if we could have the next section as well. Then in addition to that, Advice NI itself delivers direct advice services via our free phone helpline, which is up there on the screen, 0800 915 4604. By ringing that number, clients can access directly into helplines that provide debt and money advice, benefit support, immigration advice in certain areas as well. So there's a balance there between the supporting role and the campaigning role that we perform, but also the direct advice services that we provide at the same time. And that includes not just obviously our own services, but those of a wide range of members, whether those are local council funded services or specialist organisations, in particular advice areas, and even organisations like housing associations that are providing benefit and debt support to their tenants. Okay, if we can move on to the next slide. So just to come back to, in a way, what Paul was speaking about at the start of this, the issue of inflation, and this in a way is the chart that is giving all of us the sleepless nights at the moment, you know, the rise in inflation across the UK. And I think rather than, you know, reiterating things that Paul has explained in really helpful detail at the beginning, the thing that's perhaps most important about this chart to me is the sense in which it's so difficult for the predictions to be made. So those hashed lines that you see are where forecasts are being made by various economic organisations, the Bank of England, the Office for Budget Responsibility. And what you will see is that always the actual rate of inflation seems to be outstripping the prediction that's being made. And the enormous difficulty in having a clear sense of where this crisis is developing to, and also, most importantly, when it might possibly end. So this is why it's such a difficult scenario to find ourselves in, even compared to what we saw with COVID, which is obviously tied into that. Okay, if we can move on to the next slide. So why is this crisis happening? So obviously the key thing that is emphasized most obviously in the media is the energy insecurity that we're experiencing and the role of the war in the Ukraine. And certainly that's the way the government would like to contextualize it. But I think it's very important also to emphasize that energy insecurity isn't just about short-term factors. It's also about the long-term context of the climate emergency that we're facing. In the immediate short term, we've then got the rising inflation that we've heard so much about already. And as Siobhan quite rightly pointed out, this is something that tends to hit the poorest people within the society the hardest, because those are the ones who have the least capacity to adapt to those sorts of problems as they are developing. And the other thing in the background is the consciousness that there is a recession looming behind inflation of this scale. what we're talking about is inflation, almost at a lifetime high. We're talking about the beginning of the 1980s when things were this bad in terms of a cost of living crisis and rising inflation. And we know exactly the sorts of things that were, consequent to or anybody who has any interest in that period of history has a good sense of how that was dealt with at the time and how that was responded to. And then on top of that, we've got significant income inadequacy. So, the fact that people's incomes, whether those come from wages or benefits, lag significantly behind inflation. And we've had a decade of austerity through the current government. So what that produces is a lack of resilience within the wider society. Things like welfare reform and digital poverty are creating significant problems with being able to access the type of support that's needed, and the austerity means that the services, as Lauren has pointed out in the case of mental health, just aren't there to be able to provide the necessary support and advice and guidance that people need to be able to navigate these sorts of issues. So what we're seeing is a massive increase in destitution, people simply not being able to get by to meet their bills. And that's something that our advisors are encountering on a regular basis. So in a sense, that means that there has to be a reaction and there has to be a set of responses put in place. So what I'll try to do is to give some sense of what is already there and what we think ought to be brought in to help that. Okay, if we can move to the next slide. Sorry, if we jump on from there, I won't worry too much about that. Sorry. Okay, so in terms of what has been provided so far through government assistance, this sort of falls into 4 areas. So the energy crisis, if you like, being the main part of what's driving the cost of living crisis. So a range of different support that has been announced by the government, and some of that already in place. So the setting of bills at a rough limit, an average limit of about £2,500. I've used the word capped there, but that's a slightly misleading term because obviously people in certain cases will be paying more than that amount, but should ensure that for a certain period of time those bills are restricted. But obviously we've heard in the last couple of weeks how that support is going to be scaled back and will only last for 6 months now at the moment anyway, rather than the 2 years that was originally intended when it was first announced. We then have a universal benefit, effectively support provided through people's electricity bills in the form of a £400 reduction split over a number of months. There's been an announcement that there'll be £100 provided to users of alternative fuel, so things like home heating oil, which here in Northern Ireland is obviously much more prevalent than it is in the rest of the UK. But unfortunately, not very clear how that's going to be provided, and lots of questions about the practicalities of delivering that sort of support. And then if we go a little bit further back, obviously the Stormont executive had tried its own measures, short-term measures in terms of things like the energy payment support scheme to greater or lesser success. In that case, support that was delivered to people who were on benefits. And then there was also an extra support for people who were in immediate crisis situations related to that. The second part of the direct support given by the government are the cost of living payments. So the £650 payment that is for people on certain means tested benefits, the £150 disability payment for those on disability benefits, and the extra support through the winter fuel allowance for pensioners. All of those are supposed to be automatic payments and are designed to support what are described as the most vulnerable people in society. Obviously, those are welcome from the point of view of an organisation like Advice NI that deals in the vast majority of cases with people who are on benefits. And we certainly welcome that support in terms of the assistance that it gives to our clients and the reassurance it has provided, significant numbers of them. However, we're concerned about the long-term sustainability of providing support in that way, and I'll come on to that shortly. Then the next 2 things that I have there relate more to the Northern Ireland context and are much longer term forms of support. So here we have a discretionary support system that's delivered through the Department for Communities and specifically the Finance Support Service. But that support is only there for people in what's described as exceptional or crisis situations. So it's not something that can necessarily support people to, to pay a bill that has come in that's over and above what they would normally have. There have to be other mitigating circumstances involved there, whether those relate to ill health or, particular personal difficulties that those people are experiencing. And on top of that, it's only available to people whose household income is below £23,000. So a relatively small part of the population, certainly much smaller than the part of the population that is actually being affected by the cost of living crisis in a serious way. In addition to that, we also have the welfare reform mitigations package, which addresses a large part of the welfare reform issues that we would have in respect of the introduction of universal credit and certain other aspects of welfare reform, like the benefit cap and the bedroom tax. So those have been extended through to 2025. This is something that the independent advice sector was heavily involved in campaigning for and trying to shore up that sort of support in the long term. And hopefully that's something that it seems that there are positive noises in respect of the continuation of that support. Okay, if we can jump on to the next slide. So what do we think is actually required? Well, we can break this down into different sections based on the level of localization in terms of how that support is delivered. So at the national level, as we're all saying, the most important thing right now is benefit uprating needs to happen in line with inflation. Paul's stats there about the lag between incomes and prices that is created by inflation. Nowhere is that starker than when we talk about benefits. Benefits are substantially inadequate as a source of income replacement. And that's something that we have serious concerns about if the government decides not to uprate those in line with inflation. But obviously, it's also a problem from the point of view of wages and pensions at the same time, if people are left with less money in real terms than they had previously. We also need to see some significant action mitigating some of the risks of welfare reform. That's not just in terms of financial support like the mitigations package, the welfare supplementary payments. It's also about how to manage that process so that people are properly supported. If something like the introduction of universal credit is unavoidable, and that's the principle on which we're operating, we need to make sure that the move to universal credit happens in a way that supports those people who are struggling to be able to move in a way that is the most supportive to them, the most effective, and that has the least impact on their income. We also want to see a diversification in the energy sector and the introduction of social tariffs. So things that are encompassed in the Green New Deal would be a significant part of that. And obviously wider income maximisation. We've given a lot of support to the Real Living Wage Foundation and have campaigned in favour of the introduction, or at least a pilot of a universal basic income. At a regional level, we obviously need to see that in the short term that energy bill support is provided and is delivered to people as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Likewise, we want to see the executive back at work and looking at how they can deliver the budget. The finance minister has said that there is roughly, sort of, if we accept the things that we've already discussed there, £300 million of unspent money that needs to be allocated on top of the changes to the budget that need to happen right across the public sector. There's an anti-poverty strategy that needs to be implemented through the Department for Communities that is in place, and that processes are happening to try and ensure that that does. But obviously without an executive, we're often finding ourselves twiddling our thumbs before we see positive action in that regard. And we'd also like to see some alignment in debt and insolvency processes so that they match up with the rest of the UK. There are some significant issues there, particularly in respect of things like breathing space, which operates in the rest of the UK, but not here. And then at the local level, there are lots of things that can be done there. Also, we have promoted the concept of community wealth building. So the idea of retaining wealth within local communities and investing those in ways that are socially positive and have tangible outcomes for people in the long term, so that money is not leaving particular areas to service a national or a regional set of outcomes, when it could be feeding into a set of local solutions. And a significant problem is digital inclusion, particularly as the delivery of so many of these support services moves into an online environment. There are significant parts of our population that are simply not able to access at the moment those services and those support systems in the way that they were. Now, this is obviously a big package, and it's something that we've pushed heavily with right across the political spectrum. You can see that in a lot more detail in the manifesto that's been published in the policy section of our website. But we really think that this needs to have long-term solutions and creative long-term solutions, rather than the short-term reactions that we seem to have been having over the last weeks and months in response to the current crisis. But hopefully that gives a sense of the positive approach that could be taken with the right sort of commitment, and not just from government, but from the voluntary sector, the public sector, and even the private sector in the appropriate circumstances. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Matt. I can take this opportunity to thank Paul, Siobhan, Lauren, and Matt for speaking today and for their excellent presentations. Now, I note there are 2 questions, and unfortunately, Lauren, your work's not done here yet, because both of you should probably sit more naturally within the ability work of your presentation, but by all means, if the rest of the panel want to help you out, Lauren, let them feel free. I have a question from Brendan Callan, who asks, what impact currently has been registered on the increase of suicides caused by the cost of living crisis? Do you have any data in around that? Do you have any data in around that?
Yeah, so it's one of those things where there's going to be a reporting bias there, because whilst we can measure completed suicides, we can't necessarily measure the cost of suicide as effectively. So whilst we saw with our last kind of economic recession that the suicide rate of completed suicides in Northern Ireland did go up exponentially, we can't necessarily derive data on why that was specifically. But what we do see is that men are more likely to feel that their primary anxiety is money than women, and men also have the highest rate of suicide completion. Now, with that being said, the kind of unique challenges that are caused by not being able to afford childcare, food costs, disproportionately then affect women. So we are expecting both genders to see an increase in suicides, unless we do something very significant in order to increase service access and crisis services in Northern Ireland. But the short answer to that is we don't have data yet on the increase in suicides directly caused by the cost of living crisis, but I can quite confidently say that that impact will be evident.
All right, thanks so much. Siobhan, based on your conversations and research in the Women's Support Network, have you any indication that their suicides more prevalent post cost of living crisis?
No, not really. It wasn't that subject wasn't kind of covered in our discussions with women. But what I will say is that the level of anxiety and distress and mental health issues were really, really evident in throughout the focus group sessions, and were widely reported by the women. So I know that that the the fear, and that's the only way I can describe it, the fear, particularly about this winter and the increases in particularly energy bills, but food as well, was really, really evident in these discussions. And a lot of the conversations I had were pre some of the more recent price increases, and they were scared. They were just scared about the coming increases, and living with that fear and anxiety and stress about, you know, getting the children fed and out to school and affording all the school costs and all of those additional things was very real. And women generally became very emotional when they talked about how it impacted on their children or their ability to parent their children. So that being seen as a bad mother was a huge issue for many of them. So I mean, I would agree with Lauren there. I suspect there will be, you know, increases in these figures because of the level of anxiety and stress, and the fact that there's, you know, there's nowhere, it appears at the minute anyway, that there's very little to provide a light at the end of the tunnel for them.
Thanks so much, Sean. Lauren, another question is directed towards you, but again, it might also fall within Matt and Paul's bailiwick too, so feel free to interject. Comes into Whaley and it says, Lauren, given the current and starting statistics and obvious impact across not only businesses and the economy, but the whole of society and households, what do you see as the reason why our politicians are not persuaded to spend more than 6% in the budget on mental health care and repair?
The honest answer to that is that I don't know. To me, when I look at those statistics, our need for that funding is really evident. So I don't know how we're able to then justify not assigning appropriate funding. At the minute, the health department do have a 10-year plan in place for the provision of mental health services in Northern Ireland. But in order for that plan to be appropriately carried out, we need a 34% increase in the amount of money that's currently being allocated to mental health. So the discrepancy between the plan for service provision and the actual action being taken seems quite significant to me. Also, I suppose where we would see most impact in terms of that plan is actually in theme 1, which looks at early intervention. But unfortunately, we're kind of yet to see any action changes in theme 1 of that plan as of yet. So yes, I can absolutely acknowledge the question of why, when this is such a significant problem in Northern Ireland and there's such a significant discrepancy between our healthcare provision and that of the rest of the UK in terms of mental health, why has there been no change made? But it's at present very much sitting in a planning stage rather than a budget allocation or action stage, as far as I know.
Thanks much, Lauren. Paul, have you any answer or attempt to answer why they won't spend more than 6% of the budget?
Other than the fact that that there's been obviously significant cuts to expenditure across all areas for a number of years, I think it probably it comes back to what Lauren said, as in a bit or lack of prioritization, but also you have to set it in the background in the context of the public expenditure environment in which those decisions are taken. So both are a failure.
On a note, we'll have a wee, not so much a question, but it's an observation from someone who wishes to remain anonymous, who says, due to the albeit slight increase in some members' pay, it's not members that are free school dinners in uniform, because the current rate of eligible those grants has not raised with even minimum wage from before 2010, and they say this has caused additional stress on members. So, as no other questions, I'll pass it back to our esteemed host, John McKagan.
Thanks, Marty, for managing that part of the conference, and thank you to Paul, Lauren, Matt, and Siobhan I'm just taking the order off the screen, not the order of speaking there. Your contribution has certainly made me more aware of circumstances whereby people are finding it very, very, very difficult, and there's really no clear sight of where we'll be come Christmas. And I can only imagine for many households that Christmas will not be a pleasant experience, particularly with shortage of disposable income. So the next part of the conference now is to call upon Geraldine Alexander to announce the result of the health and safety election. If you could do that, Geraldine.
Thank you, Chairperson. Delegates, Geraldine Alexander, scrutineer, to declare the results in the ballot for the remaining seats on the Health and Safety Committee. Delegates, in addition to those candidates automatically declared elected, I declare the following also elected: Brenton Callan, Francis Doole, Margaret Loughran, Fergal McCann, Marty McKee, Tracy Mitchell, Charlie Clark, Paul Cranston, Siobhan Duncan, Paul McGurgan, and Raymond Nelson. That's the results in terms of the election, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for that report, Geraldine, and congratulations to those that are elected to the incoming Health and Safety Committee. And for those that weren't elected, could you please put your name forward again? It's it's a very important aspect of trade union work, and that there may be an opportunity again for those that didn't get onto the committee this time. These things changes, on an annual basis. So please don't be put off by not being elected this time around. I call on our President, Dara Toner, to provide the closing comments of our annual Health and Safety Conference. And I hope everyone has enjoyed conference today and have taken away something as well that is positive, that they can build upon within their workplaces and wider community. So Dara, I'll let you close up, make the final comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. I would like to thank the outgoing Health and Safety Committee and Geraldine Alexander, the Deputy General Secretary, for the invite to attend today's Health and Safety Conference and the invitation to provide some closing remarks. I'd like to thank today's speakers, Professor Ian Young, the Department of Health Chief Scientific Officer, Louis Burns, HC Deputy Chief Executive, Una Wilson from the Quality Commission, Alex Bunting from Inspire Mental Health and Addiction Services, Janet Newsham from Manchester Hazards, Paul McFlynn from NERI, Siobhan Harding from Women's Support Network, Lauren Houston from Action Mental Health, and Matt Cole from Advice NI. I would like to thank the outgoing Health and Safety Committee for all their hard work over the past year, and I would like to thank you, the Health and Safety reps, who play a critical role and who have worked so hard across all workplaces, and the invaluable role you have played specifically during the COVID pandemic, representing members and playing a key role as our members have moved back into the workplace as COVID restrictions have eased. Finally, I would like to pay a special thanks to Sharon Hughes for coming along and telling her personal story on living with long COVID. Sharon's story was powerful. While a number of speakers spoke about COVID and long COVID, it was the experience expressed by Sharon that brought a sense of reality to the effects of long COVID, such as weakness or tiredness, shortness of breath, brain fog, struggling to find the right words and holding a conversation, trouble sleeping, and mental health issues. It is important that appropriate support is put into place for those affected by long COVID. As Professor Ian Long said, we all have a role to play to protect ourselves and others while we move from a pandemic to an endemic COVID period. We all need to ensure that workplaces are as safe as possible and that our employers put sufficient safeguards in place. Alex Bunton provided interesting figures, including that 5.5% of people will develop life-changing chronic illness, 2.9 million people of working age experience persistent COVID symptoms for more than 12 weeks, and 80,000 people left employment due to long COVID. There are challenges across the workforces is putting pressure on people to return to work. The lack of research into the medium and long-term impact on the recovery of long COVID. Una Wilson talked about long COVID in the DDA. Una mentioned 2 cases, Burke versus Turing Point, Scotland, and Matthews versus Rexers Age Group Limited. As reps and those in negotiating bodies needs to keep the reasonable adjustments duty at the forefront of our mind when members are seeking reasonable adjustments due to long COVID, whether that be a phased return to work, adjusting work hours, working from home and the hybrid working, policies, access to occupational health, and we also need to ensure that any policies to deal with performance management are taken into consideration the effects of long COVID, such as brain fog, adjusting triggers and sick absence flexibility of the last minute absences. And linking back to Alex's presentation, key areas of health, we need to strengthen equality legislation, and we have a role both within NIPSA and the Health and Safety Committee campaigning for strengthening equality legislation, flexible health working rights for sick pay benefits, and more guidance for employers. Also, there was an interesting topic on the cost of living crisis and the impact on members' health and well-being. And Paul McFlynn gave an excellent explanation of the current cost of living crisis and inflation and how we need to focus on the price level. While monthly inflation has decreased after the hike in April 2022, the price level has continued to rise. There's a real gap in income and spend levels, and income and benefits don't catch up. The gap is just going to get worse. Thanks also to Siobhan, Lauren and Matt, who talked around the pieces of research, the debt research from Siobhan. Lauren mentioned 1 in 4 adults in Northern Ireland will show signs of mental health and the impact of COVID, and the cost of living crisis will have more detrimental impact on mental health. There's great advice from Advice NI, which Matt had touched on, and I think something that we need to take away from today is to have a look at the Advice NI manifesto, but most importantly, we need to signpost any members who are impacted by either long COVID or mental health and well-being to the appropriate agencies. I would like to thank the opportunity to speak today, and it was an excellent conference, and I hope to see you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dara, for your comprehensive recap and closing comments there. Your excellent recall. Thank you very much for that. So I think, Geraldine, that's us for today, other than thank you all for staying, for giving us your attention and for staying online to participate in this year's conference. And I hope to see you all next year, and maybe someone different in the chair. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for attending today.